All right, I'm going to call the City Council meeting of the City of San Clemente to order. Today's date is April 27th, 2020.
Okay, and I'll take the roll. Councilmember Duncan.
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson is not present. Councilmember Noblock.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Here.
And Mayor Ward.
Present.
First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, Councilmember Noblock is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Certainly. Please stand, place your hand over your heart, repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation
under
under
God,
But indivisible.
with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first item on the agenda is AB 1234 Ethics Training presented by representatives of the Institute for Local Government. And I have not received any comments to read on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So I will turn this over to whoever's going to start this.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. We have the. All right. So good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the San Clemente Council Workshop and AB 1234 training. A couple of virtual housekeeping notes. Obviously, we're all very well versed in Zoom, but just some reminders to mute when you're not speaking so we can reduce background noise. Hopefully, we'll be able to just have a free-flowing conversation, but in the absence of that, definitely make sure to use the hand raise function so we know that you have a comment or question. And I believe you all have already done this, but we were hoping you could rename yourself with your first and last name so that we can identify everybody once the Zoom screens shrink. And then we will share the PowerPoint from this meeting as well as the meeting summary with you all and your certificates for the AB 1234 portion within the next couple of weeks. I'm Melissa Keene. I'm a senior program manager with the Institute for Local Government, and I lead our what we call our leadership and governance program, which covers all of the topics we'll be talking about today, the state mandated ethics trainings, as well as resources on effective councils and roles and responsibilities, and a number of different things that we'll be discussing today. I'm joined this evening by Michael Martello and Mike Kasperzak, and I'm going to let them do some self-introductions. So Michael?
Hello, Michael Martello. I went to law school to be a tax lawyer, ended up in local government, and served for years in the Thousand Oaks City Attorney's Office. I served as City Attorney of Concord. I retired as City Attorney in Mountain View. And I also, post-graduation, I served as interim town attorneys for Sunnyvale and Los Gatos. The last 12 years of my 10 years, I was the city attorney's representative to the FPPC and the Attorney General's office for conflicts of interest. Fell in love with San Clemente. I was oddball assignment. I was one of the 7-member creditors committee on the Orange County bankruptcy. And I used to come down to San Clemente all the time. And so I just, when I met my wife, I said, I'm not staying up here. We're retiring to San Clemente, and bought a house here in 06, put off our retirement, bought our current house in 10 and retired down here. And think it's a very well-run city, and love living here. And so tonight I'll be doing the bulk of the AB 1234 training for the second half, but keeping track and participating as may be appropriate in the first half, because we're going to cover some of the AB 1234 subjects in the first half. So we'll get you out of here on time, and look forward to energetic evening.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mike Kasperzak, and I had the privilege of working with Mike Martello in Mountain View. I spent 16 years over 2 8-year tranches on the Mountain View City Council and was mayor twice. I also had the honor of serving as president of the League of California Cities in 2012, was on the board for a number of years, and served on the board of Institute for Local Government. And I've done a lot of governance training with the Institute for Local Government. I'm also involved with the with Pepperdine. And I've done a lot of governance training with the American Red Cross, where I've been about a 40-year volunteer. So really know sort of the governance world backwards and forwards. And I'll be doing most of the front work with Melissa, although I will also be watching on the AB 1234 because I still have some roles in local government at the county level in Santa Clara County on the Airport Commission. And I'm the brunt of several of Martello's jokes. So,
As you should be.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you both. Here's a high-level overview of today's agenda. You should have received this also in your packet, but as we were just discussing, the first half of the agenda is really going to cover some governance and leadership tools and conversations. We will take a quick break, and then we will jump into the AB 1234 training, and then just wrap up with some individual reflections and next steps. So these are some of the goals that we identified with the conversations with you all in advance of this meeting. So we will be discussing ethics scenarios and leadership tools and attributes. We're hoping to clarify roles and responsibilities of the council and of the staff, to build relationships among you all. So hopefully you'll get to know each other a little bit better here. I know we've got some new members of the council on board. We will be satisfying your AB 1234 training requirement. And then, as I just mentioned, we'll be identifying some next steps and action items that we will be following up with you all on. So now that you know who we are, we're hoping to just quickly go around the Zoom room and hear from you all, just your name, title, and then your professional background. That's mainly for the council. Obviously, if you have a position outside of just serving on the council, we're hoping you can share that with us. And then we're going to do some polling to get to know each other a little bit better. But I'm going to go through my list that I see here, and Council or Mayor Ward, I see you first, if you wouldn't mind kicking us off.
Yes, so my name is Kathy Ward. I am currently the mayor of San Clemente. My professional background is I am a retired court reporter. And that's basically it. That entitled a lot of different things that I've done, but court reporting was my major background.
Perfect, thank you. Next, I see Councilmember James. I believe you're muted.
You're muted, Gene.
I was obeying the rules, okay? I was muted, I'm sorry.
Appreciate it.
I'm Gene James, I'm the mayor pro tem. My professional background, 20 years, United States Army Military Police Regiment. Then I had a career in corporate security in several Fortune 500 companies. I was the director of asset protection, security, whatever you want, they would call it at the time. I was on the board of governors of the National Board of Governors of the USO. I was previously board chair of the USO in San Diego. I was president of Crime Stoppers of San Diego County at some point in time. And I was with a 501c3 organized within the San Diego Police Department dealing with at-risk youth. And I was the board chair there for like 6 years. And right now, I'm an adjunct professor at Palomar College in their Administration of Justice program.
Perfect, thank you. I am going to include staff on this since we're all here. So Joanne, I see you up next.
Okay, well, I'm Joanne Bade, and I've been with San Clemente for 35 years. I'm the city clerk, and before that, I worked for the cities of Newport Beach and Irvine. And my city clerk position is elected, but I'm also the appointed legislative administrator for the city.
Great, thank you. Scott?
Yeah, hi, Scott Smith. I'm a partner at Best & Krieger. I vacationed in San Clemente every summer from when I was 8 years old till I moved here in 2004. And I've been city attorney here since 2015.
Perfect. Councilmember Duncan?
Hey, yeah, Chris Duncan, council member. I spent my career as an attorney in an agency in the Department of Homeland Security called U.S. Customs and Border Protection. I started there kind of right when Homeland Security was stood up in 2003. Left there in 2019. Since then, I've been in private practice as a customs and international trade attorney. So an attorney background, and I was elected in November to my first elected office.
Great, welcome. Council Member Noblock? You are muted if you're.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve.
Directions too well.
My name is Steve Noblock. As an attorney, I've worked mostly in the title insurance industry. I was National Advisory Claims Counsel to Fidelity and Chicago Title and a host of their subsidiaries, president of a number of organizations, the Gleaners Organization, which is a group of volunteer jail chaplains in Orange County, president of the California Trustees Association, Orange County Division, chairman of the Orange County Bar Association Corporate Business Law Section. I've worked for 40 years in local government. I started out as an intern with the Board of Supervisors while in law school. I've worked as an executive assistant and chief executive assistant to several county supervisors back in the 70s. And I've served a number of local positions. I was on the County Parks Commission. I was chairman of the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District Hearing Board, on the Assessment Appeals Board, Santa Ana Master Plan of Fire Protection Advisory Board, and the Orange County Civic Center Commission for a while, so a host of local governmental organizations. Married, 4 kids. I'm currently also acting as a county administrative hearing officer and a part-time chaplain in the Orange County jail system.
Oh, great. Eric?
Hey, good afternoon. Eric Sund. I'm the interim city manager with the city of San Clemente. I've been here since 2013. My public sector career started in 1988 with the city of Irvine. I was fortunate enough to work for the city of Downey and the city of Long Beach prior to coming to the city of San Clemente. So I'm very well versed in public service and a resident of Aliso Viejo.
Great. And then I see a couple of folks that just say San Clemente, so they're a little incognito. Either of you would like to introduce yourselves?
Melissa, those screens are for our IT division who are managing the Zoom presentation. So that's why you see that.
Okay, perfect. I'm realizing I didn't share my background with you all, so let me just take a second to share a little bit about my professional background. I started my career in Congress, actually. I worked for a member of Congress in a district office here in California, handling constituent services. And then I worked for I went hyper local and worked for a business improvement district here in downtown Sacramento. And then in graduate school, I did a lot of facilitation around environmental issues up in Seattle. And then I've been with ILG about 7 years now. So I've worn a lot of different hats in typical nonprofit fashion. Started there as a communications coordinator, and I've worked my way through the ranks. And as I did share, I am now a program manager handling this program as well as some of our other work around housing and sustainability. So happy to be here with you all. If you can humor me a little bit longer, I'm hoping to ask you just a couple of more questions with instant polling. So we'll be using this a couple of times throughout today's training. This is a good way to get feedback in a virtual environment. And one of the plus sides of this is that it is a anonymous polling software that shouldn't really come into play too much right now as we're doing introductions. But when we are looking for some feedback later, just know that this is a confidential polling system, if you will. It won't attribute any responses to any specific attendee. So you can either do this on your browser or on a smartphone. You just go to sift.ly, and then that you see the participant code there on your screen. It looks like Mike raised his hand.
I did, and it was just, I wanted to ask the mayor, is it okay, since we're in sort of a workshop mode, if we could just use first names tonight?
Absolutely. I don't think anyone would mind that.
Question,
Great.
is this browser, is this just for the panelists here, or is this for the public that's watching?
I'm hoping that we can limit this just to the staff and the council members that are on the line. And I can't see how many participants are on, so if we have a huge number, I'll know something is awry. But if there is any public listening in, we're hoping that these responses can be limited to the council and the staff. Thank you for asking that question. I do see a few of you have already connected. I'll give you guys just another second here.
Can you verify the security code? Or show it to, I'd say, thank you. LA, I see it.
LAJ9 is the code. And in the interest of time, I'm gonna go ahead and launch this first question. It's a softball question just to get used to the software. And the participant code will remain on the top right-hand corner of your screen if you're still connecting. So this
What
is
was
just
that, after Swiftly, what was that code again? I missed it. I was busy trying
problem.
to do it.
It's LA, and you can see the screen. I just highlighted it up at the top. LAJ9.
Thank you. Did it capitalize letters or does it matter?
It should not matter.
Okay.
I'm always amazed by the amount of folks that don't drink coffee. I would not survive without coffee.
I do 5 cups a morning. So
I drink at least 3. So I'm always amazed when we have a number of people that don't drink coffee. Perfect. Okay. It looks like most of you have the hang of this. Great. So this next question, we're just curious how long you've worked for the city of your staff, or how long have you been on council? It's like we've got a really good mix here. 13% each for more than 15 years and less than 1 year, and then a good chunk in the middle there of 1 to 2 years and 5 to 10 years. Perfect. Just one more introductory question for us now. This one's open-ended, so you can type in your responses, and you can type in as many responses as you want, as you would like. But what do you love most about San Clemente? You'll see these start coming up. Beach weather, can't beat that. The atmosphere, quality of life. A small town feel, that's nice. Yeah, you have nice people in your community. You have a great community and great staff. So a nice plug for the city staff, not just the city itself. Perfect. You guys, just another second if there's anything you want to add here. I'm surprised we don't have more people saying the beach, but maybe you get used to it when you live right there.
We're on city council. There's not that much time to go to the beach.
That's fair. You don't have enough time to go enjoy the beach, right? Amazing restaurants. Yeah, we'll have to definitely on my list to get back to Orange County when we're allowed to travel again. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for humoring me on this. We'll come back to this polling software a little bit later when we start talking about some of the governance tools and things like that. But just again, trying to keep it interactive since we are in a virtual environment and aren't able to be as interactive in person as we might like to be when we do these normally. So one more quick question, and this is just for the city council, but would like to quickly go around the room and have you share what inspired you to run for city council. Kathy, can you kick us off again?
Yeah, it's been a while. You know, this city, once you start getting involved, in anything, you start to hear things like you should run for city council. If you have some opinions, I got in, didn't realize that I was being kind of set up to do it. Someone said that I should take the Leadership San Clemente class that's put on by our city clerk. I did that, and you kind of start learning more about the city and how it operates. And what got me in it is I helped, I don't want to say fight, but I helped stop a development that was in North Beach that the residents didn't want, and it was going to sell off our beach parking to a private developer. And we didn't think that was right. And it ended up that it wasn't going to pencil out, and that was with the city study. And so a lot of the residents didn't want it to happen. So just in getting involved in that, it just kind of is a natural progression. I think probably everyone has pretty close to the same story.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing. Jean?
Yeah, sure. It's amazing when you run for city council and you have one set of objectives and motivators, and then when you get your like the camel's nose under the tent, and you get on the other side of the tent, you really find out that many of your preconceptions are just way off. But so I will answer this generically rather than specifically, if that's okay. I mean, I looked at my career in academia, in Fortune 500 companies, and governance of nonprofits, and significantly large nonprofits. And I thought I had a lot to offer. And so it really boils down to, I want to serve this beautiful community that I live in, and I want to continue to improve this beautiful community. But if you had asked me what, as I was running for office, this is wrong and that's wrong, and who they're all crazy and elect me. But that's not that is certainly, like I said, once you get the camel's nose under the tent and you look around, things look fundamentally different.
Definitely. Steve, would you mind going next?
Sure. I ran for office this time. I'd served 15 years ago on the council, and I ran this time because it seemed to me that in the last 8 or 10 years, the city council, in my opinion, had been very, how do I say, anti-business. It hadn't been very cooperative to business. It appeared to be openly hostile to the business community. And more recently, the council was split on a 2-2 vote, and there was an open seat. And I thought I might run to encourage the city to be more citizen friendly and a helper to our businesses instead of an impediment.
Thank you. And last but not least, Chris?
Yeah, I guess after serving in the federal government and in a law enforcement and national security agency for 16 years as an attorney advisor, I realized that the people that actually have the ability to influence things are actually the policy makers, not the advisors. And I was frustrated on some big issues because I wasn't able to have direct input. And that inspired me to run for an elected office that fit. You know, I've got a young family here in San Clemente, and I want them to, there's a reason we're here. It's because it's an incredible city. It's the best beach city in California. And I want them to be able to live and grow up in a city like that, that stays that way. So, but I guess the thing that really got me to run for city council was I felt that there's a need for elected officials to make principled decisions on difficult issues, even if it comes at personal cost. And I know I'm willing to do that. And so I feel like that obligated me to step up a little bit and throw my hat in the ring. And that's, in a nutshell, why I'm here.
Perfect. Thank you all so much for sharing. I'm definitely hearing some similarities in terms of that kind of call to serve and wanting to make your community a better place for your families and your neighbors and yourselves. So thank you very much for sharing your story. I'm just going to share a little bit about ILG in case you're not familiar with us and why we're here as part of this workshop. We are an affiliate of the League of California Cities, the California State Association of Counties, and the California Special Districts Association. So we provide practical and easy to use resources so local agencies can effectively implement policies on the ground. So essentially, our goal is to make your lives easier. We do this in a number of ways. We do a lot of education and training. We provide technical assistance and capacity building on the ground for local agencies. And then we also do a lot of convening, similar to the workshop that we're doing today, and also convening with community partners on occasion. We have 4 main focus areas. I've already shared a little bit about leadership and governance, which is how this topic area connects to ILG. But in addition to this work, we also have focus areas around civics education and workforce, public engagement, and sustainable and resilient communities, and then the intersection of all of those things, because public engagement in a silo is not as helpful as when you're thinking about it in relation to other topics. Same with leadership, and same with civics education. So we really try to find the cross-pollination between these issue areas to, again, help you all navigate complex issues and increase capacity and build trust with your communities. So just going to quickly go through some of what I heard from the assessment interviews. So again, thank you to those of you who took the time to chat with me over the last couple of weeks. Really helped us frame this agenda and identify some of the sticky areas that we wanted to focus on today, and also identify some areas that you guys all are in more agreement on. So here's some of the key themes. These are high level, pulled from what I heard. So we had a question around what excellence in governance looks like. A lot of you mentioned similar things around, again, you're working together in the best interest of the city. You're to be respectful of one another and the staff, that meetings would run efficiently, and that the city overall would run effectively. So that would be, in an ideal world, what excellence in governance would look like. When we discussed what the role of the council is, you identified that the council sets policy and staff runs the city day to day. So that distinction between policy setting and management, that you come to meetings prepared. So you've read your packets, you have your questions, or you've asked questions of staff in advance. And then as it relates to the community, you're that liaison to the community and the representative voice for the community. From a successes standpoint, we talked a lot about positives on these calls as well. You identified a couple of things as it relates to COVID. So being able to access federal dollars to help with the economic relief for your community. And then just navigating the pandemic overall. This has obviously been an unprecedented time in our state, in our nation, and local governments were at the forefront of that, helping their communities navigate this and come out the other side. So that was pointed to as a success for you all. And then the success around the toll road and the JPA, and being able to move the needle there and really do what was in the best interest of your community. On the flip side of that question, some of the challenges that you all identified were attracting and retaining staff, respecting staff and each other in some ways. And then you also identified not having as much time and space to build relationships amongst the council, obviously exacerbated by the pandemic and not being able to meet in person or go to conferences and have that shared learning experience and things like that, that this has really presented a challenge to you in terms of working as a team and getting to know each other. In terms of what's working well, again, as you just heard in the introductory piece of this, you guys really do share a common goal in that you want what's best for the city, for your community. You obviously may not always agree on exactly how to get to that endpoint, but there's definitely consensus around the fact that you want what's best for the city. And then in terms of places where there's room for improvement, and we'll hit on a lot of these today, but heard things around the Brown Act and kind of some of the open meetings pieces, respecting staff and their role, closed sessions and how to navigate that and what information can be shared as an outcome of closed session. Hope to run more efficient meetings moving forward. Obviously, sounds like you guys have had some very long council sessions in recent history. And so perhaps some tips on how to more efficiently get through meetings in the business of the city. And then an idea to hopefully have more consensus and collaboration. And again, this doesn't mean that every decision is a 5-0 vote, but essentially that you can have those difficult conversations. You can collaborate with one another and again, get to this shared goal of what's best for the city. So just want to pause for a second and see if there's any reactions to that. Does this kind of reflect what you all are thinking? Is there anything you want to add to that list? Or anything that you don't think reflects what where the city is at? So just want to pause and see if there's any quick reactions or thoughts on that.
My only thought on that is each one of those are good objectives to have. I think the reactions are spot on. And my only thought on that is to resolve those issues at some point in time and get to the point where we're not dealing with fundamental issues and we're dealing more in nuance than fundamental issues. And so so I wouldn't add anything more. I think that's a good list.
So recognizing the need to address some of the fundamentals before you can move forward, for sure. Any other thoughts or reactions before we move on? Seeing some heads shake. Okay. And I will also share kind of a summary document with you all. I just wanted to clean up my notes before I sent that around, but happy to share that with you all as well. So you've heard a lot from me talking already, so I'm going to turn it over to Mike Kasperzak to help kind of set the stage for this next conversation we're going to have around some of the foundations and attributes of exceptional and effective councils.
Right. And so at this point, and that was a great lead in, Melissa, and thanks everybody for really your contributions in terms of the interviews is really important. So the first part, we're really going to focus on some of the governance issues about being a member of the council. What are the foundations for exceptional councils? And you can see in this great little chart here, the first is, having a governance mindset. And in my mind, I really differentiate that between a management mindset, the way you sort of think about the task, sort of the policy oriented. We're going to talk a lot about all of these things. So this is just sort of giving you a little map of where we're going to go. We're going to look at the attributes of really effective councils, the things that really help a council function together well. As you'll see, some of that, it involves things like teamwork and stuff. We're going to get into all of that. And then towards the end, we're going to go through quickly to identify a number of the governance tools that are available to you individually, to the city, but just some things that you may already have, things you may want to develop, or outside resources, again, in terms of how to do your jobs, representing your constituents, honestly, ethically, and in the best interests of the city of San Clemente.
Perfect. Thanks, Mike. And as he just mentioned, we will go through each of these things in a little bit more detail, but just wanted to give you an overview of how we think about this to help set the stage. So for the next chunk of time, we're going to kind of talk through some of these attributes of effective councils. This was a handout that you had in your in the packet of materials that was sent around, and we're going to dig into it a little bit, and then we're going to call out a couple of them to have further discussion on. But to kick us off, I'm just going to give you guys all a little bit of time to internalize this. So one of the attachments that you should have is a worksheet It's called self-assessment. If you don't have access to that worksheet, these are the questions that are on it. But we're hoping you can take maybe the next 5 minutes or so and just think through this. So reflecting on your individual perspective in terms of what you were doing well as a council member and where you could personally improve, and then thinking about it from a council perspective as a whole. So what is the council doing well, and then where could the council potentially improve? So we'll give you maybe 5 minutes here. We'll come back at about 6:43-ish, and we'll dig into the content a little bit more. Be about 1 more minute here. Okay. No, that was pretty quick, but in the interest of time, if we can all come back together. Does anybody want to share anything from what they wrote down, either about themselves as individual council members or the council as a whole? Not a requirement, but just want to invite any thoughts if you guys have them.
I'll start. Okay, thanks, Gene. Yeah, okay, doing better as an individual. I think I've improved in terms of becoming more informed and educated on the issues and sort of to the nuances that Gene was talking about. We have access to staff and all kinds of reports, and but you have to take the time to read through the materials and reach out to people when you have questions. I think I've gotten better at that, and so I'm more prepared when the meetings go on to understand all of the different intricacies of different issues and the different sides of them. I think I can improve in terms of being better prepared to respond to impromptu events or things that maybe weren't expected during the meeting, and be able to kind of quickly respond or articulate a position. There's a lot of times where I sort of kick myself later. We're on to the next issue, and I'm thinking, oh, I wish I would have sort of said something, and I just wasn't able to get to that point as quickly as I would like. And also, I think I could do better at outwardly communicating things to the public outside of council meetings. Council as a whole, I think we've gotten more efficient. We've gotten better even in this short time, I think, of getting results for the city, which is what I want to do. I want to accomplish things. I want to get things done, and so that people can see the positive difference we're making. So I think we're getting better at that. And we have a ways to go, but I think we're improving. And I think we still struggle with the cohesion, collaboration piece and working together. I think it's really important that we have different perspectives, but we should all be sort of paddling the boat generally in the same direction. And I'd like to see that improve. And I think we still have some issues with decorum and sort of general civility during the meeting. We need to show the public that we can kind of put things like that aside to get things done for the city during the meetings. So that's all I have.
No, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing and being candid. Gene, go ahead.
So what am I doing well as an individual council member? I think reaching out and creating relationships, and I think my fellow council members will agree with that. That I'll give you an example. This sounds like a dirty joke, but two council members walk into a bar, right? And that was Chris and me one night. One night we walked into a local haunt, and Chris and me could not be more different from a political perspective than any two individuals around. And I'll never forget a guy on a bar stool, and sometimes there's great philosophies that emit from bar stools. The guy says, "What are you two doing together?" And I tell you what, that was about as big of a compliment as I've had since being on council. A little bit later, and Chris got the same note. I received a note from a retired Army Colonel, West Point grad, who sent both of Chris and I a note saying, "I really enjoy how you guys disagree, but you're still teammates." And that was probably, again, about as big of a compliment as I could have on council. Where could I improve? Tolerance. I need, I need to improve. And then I think every leader has this problem throughout their life. I need to improve on dealing with difficult personalities. And you can read all the books in the world about it, but at the end of the day, it's about you and depersonalizing anything coming at you from difficult personalities. So I on a daily basis, I work on my tolerance and my attempt to deal with difficult personalities. As a council, what are we doing well? I would say sometimes I feel we look like the Taiwanese parliament, and we've got to get away from this lunacy of sniping at each other. We've got to we got to focus on what on the prize. I would say that as a council member, I can't deal with retribution. I can't deal with what happened in the past, because now I'm focusing on one or two individuals. I have to deal with the 66,000 people in this city and what's right for them. And sometimes my gut doesn't take me there, and I have to, work on that. And I think as a council, we need to work on that, and we could really improve. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Definitely appreciate you sharing as well. Steve or Kathy, any thoughts to add before we move on?
Yeah, I would just like to say, I think being new on the council, there's a lot of information that I'm not aware of that's happened over since I was on the council previously, and I'm getting up to speed on that. I think several of the comments about decorum and sniping and so forth, I think that's a serious issue for our council in terms of our public image. Ultimately, at the end of each meeting, we can have a decision, we can make a decision, and we can all agree that the majority of the council rules, which is the law, that's the way it is. But what concerns me is the emotion that constantly flows in our meetings, and its personality. And I don't know how to control, you can't control people, but I think I just would like to see less arguing. I would like to see council members, when they speak, be allowed to have the floor until they're done speaking, because when they're interrupted, that sparks an argument and it burns time. It looks incongruous. It's problematic, and it's embarrassing. It doesn't need to happen. So I'd like to see that change. I'd like to see the council be on the same page when it comes to things like press releases that are released, or our policy on opening our meetings and so forth. I just think that ultimately the chairmanship, and I guess this is directed a little bit at Kathy, the chairmanship has a lot to do with how the meetings are conducted and the tenor and the tone of the meetings. And I came on the council because there was a sort of a split in philosophy, and we needed a third vote to kind of calm things down and move forward. And my goal is to do that and accomplish that. So I just think in terms of the leadership of our meetings, I think that needs to be, perhaps Kathy, and dealing with Laura, who's not on our screen tonight, and their interactions tend to be the ones that are vocal, that are loud, that give a feeling and appearance of disunity, and I'd like to see that resolved. And I think simply leadership control is a large part of that.
Any other, and just to put a pin on some of this, we definitely will be digging into some of these issues around respect and efficient meetings and things like that. So there will be more to come in some of these topic areas. So I don't want to sound dismissive of any of these comments, but I really appreciate your candor this evening and sharing your thoughts, and both from a personal perspective as well as the whole council. Kathy, I do want to give you a chance to share if you would like to before we move on.
I would just very quickly. This is my 7th year being on city council, and I've served with a variety, I think, of 3 other different configurations of council. One person cannot run the entire meeting. It's up to all of us. I would like to stay at a high level and not have interruptions, but it takes all of us, where we're all respecting each other's time and we all stay at a high level. When there's council members that interrupt what we're doing, it is required that I come in and try to keep the council on topic. It's probably not always popular and it's very difficult to do. And I would rather not do it, to be honest with all of you. But I'm used to a council where there is a lot of respect and people stay at a high level and they don't, they use the time wisely and they don't bring up personal issues at the council meeting because it's not the time to do it. I'm trying very hard to bring the council along and to forge relationships. In COVID, that's very difficult to do. I am trying very hard to listen. It's very difficult though and unpopular when someone is interrupting and you're trying to keep the business on schedule. I don't think anything that I do is actually personal. One of the things that I think I actually do very well is I have learned and I'm good at keeping my job nonpartisan. And I do what's best for the 66,000 people here. I don't care whether someone is a Democrat or a Republican. And I would never talk about which one I am because I care what's good for San Clemente. And that's how hard I work. So I think we need to improve on a lot of things and having the council start and a pandemic hit and our mayor leave, I think has been very difficult for all of us. And I'm encouraged by what I heard tonight that people want to do what's best for the city because I think that's what we all want. And I know that's what all of our staff wants. They are public servants and they're here to serve San Clemente. So I will try and work on improving some things that I can, but one person cannot do all this. It has to be every single one of us bringing our best game to every single meeting and doing the job that the citizens want us to do. So I would just make that comment.
No, thank you. I appreciate that comment. And that's why we asked this question in this manner. It's about the individual responsibility and how you can help improve the operations of the council as a whole and of the council as a whole. So it's not one or the other. These things have to be moving forward concurrently. And so again, I just do want to really thank you all for your openness on the discussion of these things. It's not always easy to identify what you're not doing well and where you can improve. And so I definitely appreciate you guys taking stock in that and sharing that with the team. And hopefully we can be moving down these paths again concurrently with some of these individual things that you all identified, as well as hopefully that will build together to improve the council operations as a whole.
Melissa, can I ask a couple of questions of Kathy or other members of the council? I did sort of like just two procedural questions. Do you guys rotate the mayor? Is mayor's just elected from the council or is it just for a year, or do you guys have a process around mayoral rotation?
We don't. We decide, I believe, every November who will be the mayor for the next year.
Mm-hmm. And there's no hierarchy or seniority. It's whoever can get the votes. Yes. Okay.
Right.
And then the other question I just was asking, because you were talking, Kathy, about interruptions, is mayor, do the council members use sort of a light system or something to indicate that they'd like to speak, or is it kind of more of an open conversation?
It's unfortunate because we are not in our normal council chamber. We had a light there and the mayor could look around to see who had their light on.
Right.
Now everyone just kind of puts their hand up and I try to keep track of it that way. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're going into our community center and staff has set it up pretty well. But you know, there's some hardships there and some things that are difficult on that. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I mean, it's a good point. I don't know if that in the queue is a little bit difficult. I'm not sure what the issue is, but we have a lot of interruptions in our meeting and a lot of talking out of turn. And of course, the mayor has to come in when someone stops talking. But I have a council member that if I come in, I wait. And then if I come in, they say that I'm interrupting. But I have waited. I'm doing the best I can. I'm not intentionally trying to interrupt or stop anyone, just trying to keep the meeting going. And there's been meetings where I have just given up and we've gone till 12:30 at night. You know, I try to bring them along and then, you know, I hear comments back that they don't like it. And I'm interrupting. And, you know, when I hear a council member say something more than 3 times and they're not making a point anymore, I'm used to a council saying, you know, okay, let's wrap this up. I never took offense to it. If anyone never did it to me, it was just, it was true. If I was repeating myself and not getting to the point, you know, the council has a right to say that. So, but this council, you know, is new and they're not used to that. And it is unfortunate because we're not in our normal place. And that makes it very difficult. And I do realize that.
Is that a temporary situation, like during a remodel, or is this lending towards permanency in terms of not being in your normal chambers?
I think we're looking at new chambers and I think staff is going to facilitate that as fast as is possible. So I think that is good news for us.
Okay, great. Thanks for that background. So,
You're welcome.
Gene has his hand up. Do you have a comment or question, Gene?
I do. I'm here to be very open-minded on what's going on and how we're going to resolve. You know, I'm gonna throw the D word out there. We need to resolve the dysfunction that we've had in council. I mean, it's recognized by the public, it's recognized by other cities, and certainly it's been recognized by candidates we've had for city council. And I will take exception with Mr. Knobloch and say to point solely, and I hope he wasn't, but that's what I heard, to point solely at Kathy would be unfortunate and probably counterproductive to what we're trying to accomplish tonight. Thank you.
Let me just say in response, my comments weren't directed just to Kathy.
Thank you.
Leadership is definitely a shared responsibility. And
Thank
I
you,
think
Steve.
we would look at.
I'm glad you clarified. Thank you.
Perfect. So Mike, why don't we go through this next section pretty quickly in the interest of time. You guys all have this as a handout as well. But we just wanted to share some of the things that we have found as attributes of effective council. So we did some focus groups and interviews with city council members statewide, as well as executive staff. And these were the things that rose to the top in terms of what really effective and exceptional councils have in common. So we'll run through these pretty quickly, have a little bit of background for you all, but definitely feel free to take a look at that document that we sent out as well for more information. And then we'll dig into a couple of these in terms of how you could potentially operationalize improving in a couple of these areas. So Mike, I'm going to pick us off.
Were you going to hand it off, Melissa? So, so we're just going to go through these lists, but I had one more quick question, just by a show of hands. How many of you all have been to, at some point in your council career, to one of the league's new mayors and council members academies, you know, shortly after you took office? Okay, three of you, okay. Gene, you've never been? You're missing a great couple of days. So, but now that you've been around a while, it's probably not necessarily that worth it, but it's still good.
Well, to be clear, I won a special election in 2019 for a one-year term.
Got it.
And then COVID hit, and then I won re-election in 2020. So although I'm in my second term, I'm only in my first full term.
Got it. So when I would highly recommend attending. People go back. Every time I was reelected, I went back for the course because you never know what news coming up. But just going back into these sort of 6 basic attributes of effective councils, is the first is the sense of team, and you all have really sort of talked about that already. A couple of you talked about transitioning from being a candidate to a member of the council, getting the camel's nose under the tent. It really is different on the inside, and recognizing that. And you're now not fighting to get in, but you're now the status quo, sort of, and you're the one that everybody else is trying to unseat. So it's a little different. But again, the transition is important. You're there on behalf of the city, not you. Mike's going to spend a lot of time talking about, the ethics is all about the city. It's not about you. It can't be about you. And more so than any nonprofit work you ever done, the FBI, the courts, the judicial system is always looking at public officials for, are you properly motivated for your community, not for yourself? Developing communications, we've talked a little bit about that too, is everybody has to own their own actions, whether it's at the dais, whether it's talking to the media. You have to be responsible, and you all have to, of course, practice what you preach and demonstrate good behavior, and working collaboratively. And I loved what you were saying, Kathy. One about the partisanship, because everybody is elected as nonpartisans. For many years, people thought I was from the party that I wasn't a member of. So I later became a member of that party. But local government is a totally different animal than the legislature or Congress, and it's all about doing things. And building a new park and spending money in a new park, I don't know, is that Democrat or Republican? It doesn't matter. It's for the community. So, but remembering that as a team, we're here for our constituents. The next one is this roles and responsibilities. So I'm gonna sort of pass this one. This is an important one. We're gonna spend a little bit more time on this one later, but knowing your role versus the role of staff, your role versus the role of the council, you all know you're one of five. You have no individual power. You'll have more friends because you're on the council, maybe more friends now than you had before you were on the council. And I'm here to tell you that after you leave the council, you don't have as many friends as you used to. So, but again, roles and responsibilities are really important, and we'll spend more time on this one in a few minutes. This is really key. This also goes into the areas of roles and responsibilities, but city council is like a glorified board of directors of any sort of nonprofit that you've all worked on. The council is the board of directors, the city manager is the executive director, and you got all the employees that work for executive director. It's just the same model. It's other that one's government and one's sort of not-for-profit, private organizations. But your general roles are the same, as we'll talk about later. But staff does the work. My years at the Red Cross, we would have volunteer board members come in and fire a health and safety service director, and it's like, whoa, time out. Not your job. They don't work for you. They work for the executive director. And by the way, you can't fire the executive director by yourself. It takes a majority of the board, just like with the council. So, you all bring things to the table. Your staff are the professionals. I suspect that most of you or none of you really has taken any planning degrees, don't have planning degrees, you're not public works engineers. You've got excellent paid professional staff that know what they do. My impression was we always knew just enough to be dangerous. you're not going to get a degree in it, but you pick things up. But sometimes we pick up the wrong things, and we really do need to rely on our staff. And the staff needs to rely on you and your support. No one likes to be yelled at. Staff doesn't like to be yelled at. No one likes to be diminished in the eyes of the public. And again, that just goes to the relationship between council and staff. And you all may have great relationships with staff off the dais, but on the dais, sometimes things get heated. It's really important to just think about the image that you're projecting, and what may feel like a normal question to a staff member from the staff's perspective might feel like, I'm being attacked. And it's really important, I think, to remember a phrase that I learned: the meaning of a communication is how it's received, not how it's sent. So the sort of, well, that's not what I meant. Well, it's really good if people say, what I heard you just say is XYZ. Oh my gosh, not a clue. That's not at all what I meant. So when people are starting looking at you like, what do you really mean? It's always a good idea to ask, and what did you hear me say, sort of thing. And of course, that's, with staff members, and I'll go on to this one, but then is also, if staff's not answering a question that you asked, it's a really good idea to sort of politely interrupt and say, that's not quite the question I was asking, because no one wants to hear an answer that you did to a question you didn't ask. And nobody wants to answer a question that isn't important. So always be, cognizant of that. We've heard a lot from all of you about effective meetings. The first bullet here really sort of says it all, is being respectful of each other, and as well as the public and everybody's time. It's one of the things, when a member of the public gets up to the podium to talk, that 3 minutes goes by like lightning. It drags on if you're sitting on the council sometimes listening to that. That's just the way it is. But the other thing that happens is, as members of the council get their turn to speak, all of a sudden, it doesn't feel like any time has gone by, and you look at the clock and you've been talking for 35 minutes. I've often thought it might be good to have a countdown timer or count up timer just for the council, so the council could look up and say, oh my gosh, I am so sorry, I've been talking for 30 minutes. Let me get to my point. Keeping track of time is really important for you as well as members of the public. Body language, how you lean into questions, how you engage your public. When we get back to face-to-face, how you engage your staff in a body language way is all really important. Everybody knows the rules about talk about the issue, not about the personalities. It's not about you, it's not about me, it's about the issue. And, sometimes if, we're feeling under pressure, it's easy to let zingers slip in there, but man, that's like throwing a match on kindling, and it's just the thing to really resist. And they sneak in our personal relationships, but it's really tough. The good news is at home, we're not on TV. Being prepared is really important. It's frustrating to everybody else when people aren't prepared and are asking all of the just questions that were all answered just by reading the staff summary. Demonstrating respect for others draws respect, and striving to be civil and acting with decorum obviously is really important. And as Kathy said, and Jean, I think you said, it's everybody's role to do that. And I'm sorry, this all sounds really preachy, but and you know it, so I apologize for that. What are the next ones here? Mike's going to talk about a lot of these issues, the ethics, operating ethically, There's lots of things that you can do as organizations. And I think when we get to the tools, we'll be talking about the governance handbook. What you have is your own internal policies and sort of things. But sort of the rules, policies, procedures that you as a council have to hold yourselves accountable. Kathy, you were talking about when someone interrupts and you need to, bring it back, to the issue. If you have policies and stuff that you've all agreed to, it's often easier to do that, to remind people of the pledge. One of the seminars we've done at the ILG, I know there's at least one city council, they have a tradition of coming in and shaking hands with everybody before they sit down. And they do it every meeting. And it seems a little hokey, they recognize that, but it really just sets the stage for them. There may be things like that you could talk about, as you want to work on some of your own policies and other things moving forward. And I think the last one was, continuous learning and development. And of course, that's going to things like the new Mayors and Council Members Academy. There's lots of programs at the League. There's lots of great programs, through the National League of Cities. If you guys are members, you don't have to be members to go. It's more expensive if you're not, of course. But there's the Executive Forum. There's the Davenport Institute at Pepperdine that does great programs around governance and public engagement. So just always learning and not vilifying others for going out. I've heard of councils around the country where somebody goes out and goes to a seminar or goes to a conference and they get vilified when they get back, and then they get their budgets cut or that sort of thing. That's not in the best interest of the city. Maybe budgetary issues, if we're in a recession, okay, maybe you don't. But, learning and not leering, but learning. I don't know if anybody else caught that. But it really is important, and it's really important to be supportive and encouraging of each other, because talking with other colleagues from other cities and other states, you will learn so much and new perspectives on your job. So I can't impress upon that enough.
Mike, I told you I missed at least one, so there's my
Right.
thank you for the thorough review.
Right.
So
And let's see, I think.
So those are the 6 attributes that we have identified, but just wanted to pause quickly, particularly focus on that second question. Is there anything that you all think is missing? Is there anything else you've observed from your councils that are in neighboring cities or other colleagues that you've talked to that really help them work together as a team or really help them operate efficiently?
Can we go back and look at the list again?
Sure. Let me go to this one. It's probably the easiest way.
Okay.
Kathy, it looks like you might be talking, but you're muted.
Thank you. I don't know if it's what's missing. I think the clear roles and responsibilities is very important for us, and the honoring the relationship with staff and each other. And maybe what's missing, I don't know if it's in the sense of team, but actually representing the city where you are the spokesperson for the city, not just bringing things that are wrong all the time, and especially bringing them up at a council meeting from the dais when it's something that you could have probably talked to staff about first. Things like that, that maybe is important in the develop a sense of team, because I don't think you are a team member when you're just trying to bring out, or you're just making accusations. And that's what I'm not used to at a council level from the dais at all. That never happened before. And so it's very difficult to deal with. And I don't know if any mayor could, you try to focus someone on what the issue is, or maybe that they could go talk to staff or look into it more. But we have things being brought up suddenly, and that makes it very disjointed. And I think everyone reacts to that because we never know, each one of us, we never know what to expect. And, when you have an agenda, you should somewhat know what to expect and what the what's going to be discussed. But it's what is brought up that's off agenda is we have a problem with. And it's probably things that could be handled before. But, so I'm hoping we're going to get into that more of, and I heard some of that. That's what resonated with me, is that you're part of a team and that you do represent the city, and you should represent it in a good light. And we have the power to change things. You've got to go through the correct policy or process to get that done.
Mm-hmm.
And making accusations is probably not the best way to do it.
Yeah.
I think that's embedded in a couple of these that we've talked about, particularly honoring that relationship with staff and each other, partially the effective meetings in terms of, following the agenda and raising issues before, or flagging things that perhaps need to be broader conversations and taken care of in a study session or another venue as well. But very, very good points.
Mm-hmm.
Dean, do you have something to add?
I do, and I like your word, Melissa, embedded. So this is embedded on at least 3 of these major topics. We cannot play politics from the dais. When you're out, when you're running for a re-election, or you're advocating someone to be elected or re-elected, off the dais, on the campaign trail, you do that. And, whether it's partisan or just personal, you do it then. But when you step on that dais, in my view, when you step on that dais, regardless of whether it's a virtual dais like this or sitting on a real dais, you check that at the door, and you keep, and those comments, you keep them to yourself, and you have to honor every other person on that council. And I once made the comment, I don't see my fellow council members necessarily as being teammates. Maybe I should, but we're certainly colleagues, and we have to treat each other like colleagues. And I think that's where I truly, truly feel that's where we're failing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gene.
Those are really great observations, Gene and Kathy. And, I think, and excuse me when I sort of talk about what, my practice, or not my practice, but the way we did things at our council. We always had a thing at the end of the agenda, which was council comments and questions. If there was something you wanted to talk about, you could raise it there, see if there was enough buy-in from everybody else to maybe put it on an upcoming agenda. But things coming out of the blue, during the course of a meeting, were, not on the agenda or off agenda, and, not gavelled down. But there was just a practice is you didn't talk about superfluous stuff when it wasn't time for that. And again, that all came out of having agreed upon sort of policies and procedures, and sort of like, okay, here's how we will conduct ourselves at the meeting. Do we all agree to do that? And do we agree to be called on it if we're not? And those are sorts of, you can't really do that at the beginning of each meeting, but that's a great process to do at the beginning of the year, during a goal setting or team building and that sort of thing, where you set your own norms. And everybody agrees to those norms, and then agrees to, if I violate the norms, I deserve to be called on those, and I won't fly off the handle when that happens. So, Steve?
Yeah, Mike, just to respond to your comment, we do have at the end of our agenda an opportunity for the council members to make comments and bring up issues. So we do have that protocol in place. One thing I just want to say, several times we've mentioned politics. In my time on the council, I don't know of any politics in terms of partisan politics that have been discussed or displayed at the council level. I can't think of any, so I hope I'm not missing something there.
I know up in my neck of the woods, a lot of the politics are growth or no growth. So,
Well,
yeah.
That's not politics, that's public policy.
Right. Yeah. So any other sort of areas on here that anybody wanted to comment on before we moved on?
I just like to make the point, and I think it's sort of linked up to what Kathy and Jean were saying, and it was on an earlier slide. I envision our role as serving the city as a whole, right? So the best thing for the city as a whole, not individual constituent groups that may speak the loudest or that you may know the most. I just think it's critically important that we keep that in our mind as a collective body and not get carried away. And I think that's probably the politics that Jean's talking about is things that serve some constituent group clearly and may not be, maybe they are best for the city, but oftentimes they may be at loggerheads with perhaps what's the best thing for the city. So I think the best councils, the best sort of organizational bodies that act like councils are ones that kind of keep that high level view. What's the best long-term thing for the city, not just maybe short-term gain for a certain group.
And of course, there is room to differ between people's opinions of what is best for the city and stuff. And, a 3-2 vote is a 3-2 vote. And like we said, we've all sort of used the term agreeing to disagree agreeably. And, that's where it really comes in. When you lose, oh, okay, I did my best. We'll move on, as opposed to holding a grudge. So.
Perfect.
All right. I think we now have got a instant polling.
One more quick poll based on the conversation we just had, hoping that you guys can tell us, kind of rank yourself in terms of how you're doing on those different topics. So I'll go ahead and get this launched. If you need to reconnect, the code is still there on the screen. But essentially, we're hoping that you can kind of rank on a 1 to 5 scale how you think you're doing on each of those different topics that we just discussed. And so this will help us both as we dig into the next conversation, as well as if we can provide some perhaps resources and recommendations coming out of the workshop today. And just to make sure it's clear, a 1 would be low, 5 would be high. Like if you're doing it well, it's 5. If you're really doing it poorly, it would be a 1.
And again, this is how we rate how we are doing, right?
The council as a whole. The council, how you
Okay,
think
thank
the
you.
council as a whole is doing.
Right.
It looks like you might have all completed. Has everybody had a chance to?
Well, I'm not sure I got all the questions, but I got a few, but my screen just kind of went blank.
Oh, Did it come back or are you still working?
Well, trying to get back on.
Steve, that happened to me and I went back into, it was Chrome for me. I hit that again and the survey came back up.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps.
Okay. Yeah. So I've asked this question of other councils before, and usually it's not quite this this clustered. Usually there's certain things that are really called out as you're doing great, and certain things that really need improvement. But these are all very, very similar rankings. So we are running a little short on time, and so I want to honor and practice what we preach in terms of running meetings efficiently and getting you out on time. So we have the next section where we're going to dive into roles and responsibilities, because that was something that came up in some of the calls that we had, and is just a pretty consistent topic of conversation amongst councils, definitely not unique to you all. But this is helpful, and we will take this information back, and we will definitely also share some resources or other additional ideas for improvement on some of these areas as well. But really appreciate your thoughts on this and your participation. Steve, were you able to finish?
No, I'm complete. I'm just trying to get back on the website.
Okay.
I have to enter the code, but all it says is your responses have been registered. So
Okay.
I don't have any list of questions here.
Okay. Well, great. So again, thank you for humoring me and for participating. This feedback will be helpful as we help you all think through next steps. So as we discussed, we're going to dive into roles and responsibilities and have a little bit of a conversation here before we go to a break. Mike, do you want to quickly run through these next couple slides, or do you want me to?
Sure. Yeah. Unless you all are tired of hearing my voice and want to hear Melissa's voice again. So we've already talked a little bit about this, and we're probably preaching to the choir here, but I think everybody kind of recognizes the difference, the roles where council should be more in the policy domain and management is down in the administrative and management domain. And, it's easy to say, well, the board governs and management manages, oh, great, okay. But what does that really mean? So, setting goals, policy, and you guys probably all do like an annual or biennial goal setting where you establish your long-term goals for the city. What's the strategic direction that the city's going? That's really the purview of the council. Setting up policies around that. Whether it's how we operate on the city council, what are our direct policies? What are our policies for travel expenses for the council members? All sorts of policies that affect you, but really may not affect the staff. But also, you're also going to be doing employment policies and adopting those as the board of the directors of the corporation that is San Clemente. And then, of course, evaluation and reporting is one of your other roles, is supervising city management, your appointees, and making sure that the organization is fulfilling your strategic goals and outcomes. And so it's that evaluation, it's that oversight. It's not divorced from what we see, in Congress or the legislature, where you've got the House Oversight Committee on XYZ. They're looking into things. That's adversarial at the congressional level. It really, hopefully, is not adversarial at a local government level. Staff will come in and do reporting, but it's not a Senate inquisition. It shouldn't be a Senate inquisition, or your city manager is going to have a real hard time hiring a public works director or a community development director, because it's way different than national. And then, of course, at the bottom half of the clock, you've got the more management oriented functions, creating regulations, the operations of the city. I've seen city councils where they actually go through and approve each of the checks that was written. You have so much better things to do than that sort of administrivia. Now, I'm pretty sure you guys aren't doing that. But getting into the details is really easy to do because everybody has an idea of how it could be done better. But if everybody's doing that, you're hearing a whole lot of different ways of doing it. And it's just really important to remember that everybody that's hired to work at the city of San Clemente works for the city manager, not for you. The city manager works for you. And ultimately, if things aren't getting done and the council isn't satisfied with what's happening in a department or something, it's time to talk to the city manager and make sure that the city manager knows that the council isn't satisfied, but that the manager has an opportunity to cure the issue as well. And so that's why performance reviews are so important, that are really honest performance reviews, and continually checking in. And it's also important to remember that the city manager works for all of you, not each of you, and can't play favorites. I can remember going to our city manager and saying, "Hey, why don't we try next door?" Well, another council member came in and said, "Well, why don't we try this? Because you raised it, it's now a political issue. Because I can't do it for you, because now I have to do something for everybody. So if you really want next door, go get 3 of your colleagues to support that." So again, one of those things. He's not saying no, but you can't have 5 favorite children. So I think we could. Any questions about this one? This is where some people do get tripped up, especially people that are newer to, sort of not boards and management and stuff, but doesn't sound like that's an issue for any of you.
I see that Gene has his hand raised, so
One of the first thing I'm going to do tomorrow morning is call Eric Sund and find out, am I in your business? I don't think he is, but this conversation has prompted me to ask that question. And the reason why I'm going to ask the question is, for the most part, almost exclusively, our constituents don't understand that management governance relationship. So they come to you expecting you to manage a solution. And you look in their eyes, you look kind of weak when you say, well, to your point, Mike, I need 2 other council members, or this is something the city manager needs to deal with. So you're kind of reluctant to do that, and you kind of have to thread that needle between making your constituent happy, because you can talk all day long about the nuances of the difference between management and governance, but they want their problem solved.
Right.
And so that is my observation, and I'd like to get your thoughts on it. And my second observation is, from my perspective, I think it's totally inappropriate for a council member to reach down the chain of command and deal with a situation. We have to go through our city manager.
Yeah, I mean that's so important. Mountain View is a charter city, and in our charter it says specifically, members of the city council may not interfere with the staff functions. I mean, it's a violation of the charter. We actually had a member of the city council removed from office by a civil grand jury for doing just that, for telling the building inspector to shut down a construction project because he got a call from a constituent. So one, you can't do that. one of the things that I've heard others do is, when you're talking to a constituent, what you can say is, you can't really give them a lesson in governance and management. You can say, let me look into it. I'll see what I can find out. And then, of course, what you do is you call the city manager. The city manager goes, oh, I hadn't heard anything about that. I'll call the guys over in Public Works to see what the situation is with that sidewalk and those tree roots. And the funny thing is we had a city manager and goes, no, the staff doesn't do favors for me. But when the city manager calls a department head and says there's a problem with the sidewalk over there, all of a sudden the department head are going, I hadn't heard about that. I better check that out. There is, asking the city manager, who then follows up, does have a get things unstuck, is a process. And that's a legitimate process. You're not doing anything, you're asking, and you might find out, because there's always two sides to every story, that you can go back and say, here's what I found out, and or it's taken care of. So, but you're right. And constituent services is a lot of what you do as a council member. So it's really knowing how to do that and doing it through the city manager. Clearly, some cities say, well, okay, you can talk to department heads because they know how to talk to you. But calling a guy who works in the parks division and cuts down trees can be a recipe for disaster when he goes, oh, I hear Council Member James doesn't like those oak trees. And the guy goes over to start cutting them down. He goes, what are you doing? So that's one of the dangers of talking to line staff, is because they don't understand very often the governance management roles either. They think they work for you. Why don't we move on, because now I know we're really getting late on time here.
I was actually just going to do a quick time check. Michael, do you think we might be able to borrow 5 or 10 minutes from the ethics training if we covered anything that you think we might be able to go quickly through there so we can close out this conversation?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay. So we will be real quick.
Yep.
I think that obviously Mike just covered a lot of this, but Mike, anything else you want to just flag here quickly?
No, I think the biggest thing is publicly criticizing as a don't is really important. It demeans you, it demeans the organization. If you need to talk to somebody, do it offline. It's just so critical, and it just says legions about how the organization operates when people violate these basic tenets.
Well, and if I could,
and one member though, remember, members of the public can say anything they want. They can do all the criticism they want. You can't stop them. They absolutely have that right. So I've seen mayors say, well, you can't criticize our staff. Well, yeah, technically they can.
well, if I could add something to that too, all of you have spent time as San Clemente residents and not on the council. But when you're on the council, you tend to be a little bit more surrounded by the new friends, and they know they can get somewhere by griping or having an ain't it awful conversation. I've only been here, I first bought my first piece of property in 2006, and nobody knows my background, but in talking to people in San Clemente have a tremendous amount of pride in the city. And I think I have never found anybody, and I work with contractors all the time, and I work with a lot of different people socially, and nobody has a bad thing to say about the city. So if somebody tries to get you into that conversation, just think about that. I mean, you can obviously say what you want to say, but realize that a lot of people around you that want to go that way, have a specific axe to grind. I think for the most part, the people around here have a great deal of pride in our city.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I want to add on the bottom is your manager can be your greatest asset. it's really important to remember, I steal a line from somebody, it was like, what am I, a potted plant? Your city manager is not a potted plant. Your city manager is a professional who knows how to run a city, who knows how to motivate staff. And, you know, a contentious relationship with a city manager is ripe for a city manager that may do what he needs to keep his job, but probably isn't going to do everything to make you shine. You know, our city manager was, if it works, it was the council, and if it was a failure, it's my fault. And likewise, from all of you, you know, when the city's operating right, its staff, and if mistakes have been made, we probably didn't give appropriate direction. Or so, moving on. Okay, Melissa, next one. And then just some of the challenges to, you know, the management governance relationship. I'm not going to read through these for you. I don't know if there's, I think one, we've covered a lot of them. If there's any one that you guys want to talk about specifically, any couple that jump out at you. The road council members are always a challenge.
Well, Mike, I was going to bring up that one because we, you know, tonight we have a council member that's not with us.
Right.
And not participating in this. And we had high hopes that we all five would be here to do this because I think we all want everything to work more effectively. So what would you say about conflicts with between council members or an outlier council member who's not working with the rest of the council or staff?
Right. And, you know, Mike probably has some real thoughts on this as well as Melissa. You know, I think, you know, sort of whether it's goal setting, team building, sort of which this is, but, you know, if you don't have policies, is developing a set of council norms that you all can agree to. And Mike's got, you know, a lot of samples, so does Melissa, that, you know, that you all have ownership of. But, you know, that's critical. It can't be, you know, 4 of us did it and 1 of us didn't, or 3 or 2. It really has to be the full count by consensus. And you have to manage that then by consensus. And okay, we'll only include what we absolutely all can agree to. May not be as robust as you want, but you know, really get in there what everybody can agree to. And then, you know, you can use that is, you know, you agreed that you would participate in these things and you're not. So what do we need to do, sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's a challenge, and everybody's had moments where they didn't play by the rules. I have some of my mea culpas as well, but you know, I think typically though, most councils get along pretty well. There's usually outliers, and sometimes the rest of you just may have to say, okay, we just have to suck it up, and you know, and this too shall pass.
And I would add that I've seen outlier council members, literally very intelligent people, sit there at the first organizational meeting when we're, you know, in a study session format like this. We hire an organizational facilitator. We used to use Marilyn Manning because she was local, and we talk through issues, and literally these brand new council members would say, I'm sorry, I'm going directly to staff. I don't believe a word out of the city manager's mouth. And 2 years later, they're our best council members. We had others that maybe didn't have that same potential, but sometimes the informal setting where you sit around and really do kind of a gripe session about what's working and what's not, if you can get everybody to attend, and just trade. I'll give you one example. That was a strange one. We had a very young council member, went to a very well-known college back in Massachusetts, believed he was the smartest person in the room. And he got on the council because he had been president of the high school debate team and I think the debate team at Harvard. And he got on the council to have a debate every night. The other 6 members didn't want to have a debate on every subject every night. And through these team building sessions that maybe took 4 hours on a Saturday afternoon with pizza served, we kind of got through and kind of found a middle ground. There'd be discussion, but there's not going to be debate, you know, things like that. So all you can do is, like with kids, you got to keep trying, I guess. Not that your council members are kids, but I mean, my parents never gave up and they had a lot of challenges.
And I would definitely agree with what Mike and Michael have both said. Having an established code of conduct or norms or ground rules, whatever your council calls them, that have been agreed upon by all of you is a good tool to point back to and say, hey, we've all agreed to this operating procedure, to this set of rules, and can be a good reminder to come back to that. A little bit more formalized version of that would be a governance handbook or a governance manual that really memorializes all of these things. So not just your norms or ground rules, but all of your policies, whether that's related to how you interact with staff, how you agendize items, how you interact with each other. It really can help memorialize all of that, because while you may be having a challenging situation right now, it's also about the future of the council and the future of the city. And that it gives you a tool to, for orientation purposes for new council members, when you have newly elected council members, and you can come in as the 3 or 4 of you that are returning and say, these are the agreed upon rules that we've had. What adjustments or additions or anything like that do you need to make? And it can give you a basis for that conversation moving forward. And the other thing I would just flag, going back to the conversation where we started a little bit, in terms of leadership is about you individually and you as a council. So it's modeling those behaviors that you want to see, and really, hopefully, if you all can come in with that mindset, with that mentality, with that operation, hopefully you can bring others along. But like we've all said, it's definitely easier to say than do. And it's not an easy situation to be in. Jean, I do see you have your hand raised, and I'm going to get to you in just a second, but I'm going to advance the slides here a little bit to some of the sample norms that we were talking about. These are some of the common ones that I've seen working with different cities and boards and things like that. But this is what we mean when we say norms as a governance tool. Jean?
Just real quick question. Is there, as it relates to council governance, not governance of the city, but council governance, is there an advantage to being a charter city versus a general law city?
I'll leave that to you, Mike.
Well, I worked for both, and I'm sure Scott has too. And I was actually asked by the Institute to go over and meet with the charter committee in San Bernardino after they filed bankruptcy, and I walked them through some of the options. I'm sure some of the stuff I stole was from BB&K, I think there is some advantage to becoming a charter city, if it's for nothing more than stating things like, I mean, we had a very strong statement of council manager form of government. Including not just, deal with city staff through the manager, but we also had try to affect the appointment or employment of any personnel, et cetera, et cetera. So there's more to it, but there's other things you could put in your charter. And the only one that comes to mind right away is we were able to adopt a little bit more pointed rules with respect to how we did public contracting to maybe get a better deal for the city or eliminate some substandard applicants. And Scott can literally get, because he has probably a broader based background in this, but my own take to answer your question is, I think so.
Yeah. You can also do things like you can control elections. I mean, like a city like a charter city could say 16-year-olds could vote in a city election. Or, can U.S. citizens vote? I mean, there are things you can do that people have done around the country, things around, compensation for, general law has a pay scale for cities, but in charter cities. Now, if you want to amend it, though, you gotta go to the voters to change the charter. So, of course, that's easier than going to the legislature to change general law rules, but.
Perfect. So just doing a quick time check, definitely want to get you guys a quick break here. We've been talking at you a long time before we dive into the ethics training portion. But there are a number of other tools that we have flagged in here. And again, we'll share this with you as the PowerPoint after the session. But it discusses some of the overarching tools around goal setting, study sessions, professional development, things like that, that can be good tools for you all from a governance perspective to not only help address.
Let me say one thing about the study sessions, because you guys probably do study sessions like at your council dais or something, or do you do those in a meeting room, sort of like around a board table?
Because of COVID, I don't think we have had a study session.
Yeah, well, COVID's changed everything. So when we get back to normal, one of the things that I think, is sometimes study sessions have a lot of public interest. And so again, you do that back in the chambers, and then we're all set back at that formal sort of judge sort of thing. And, we found that if we could even do like a work table in the well of the council chamber. So we were sitting around a table working things out at a study session rather than posturing from our seats at the dais was a functioned better as a working session than a council meeting, which is really more of a deliberative session. And so again, something you might want to think about whether it's like, working on council norms or just, regular study sessions around planning issues or things like that, where it's really going to be loosey-goosey and it's not very well defined and staff doesn't have clear ideas of what you want and they don't really know. And it's a working session. Doing that from a dais is really hard, but rolling up your sleeve and sitting around a work table, it puts people in a different frame of mind about working things out. So just that is sort of one of those tools that's part of what you do normally, but another way of looking at it.
No, that's a very good point. Something we always talk about from a community engagement standpoint, but can definitely help in these types of situations as well. So let's take maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Obviously go grab water, check your phone, check your email, whatever you need to do. And then we'll come back and dig into the AB 1234 session. And we've designed this to be a little bit more discussion based as opposed to, again, us just talking at you for 2 hours because we know how thrilling that can be. So take a quick break and we'll come back at maybe about 5 after and we'll dig into the ethics session.
Okay, thank you.
And Melissa, are you going to yield the screen? There we go.
Yep.
Maybe.
Hey, Mike,
Oh, that's
can I
right.
say something to you really quick before
Sure.
I leave on break? I remember you from a League of Cities conference in a breakout session where we were discussing short-term vacation rentals and I believe Airbnb. I'm sure you did it maybe more than once, but I remember at the time that I attended.
Yes. And gifts. I used to always get the gift table when we did our little breakout sessions. That was always fun, especially after the first night of the conference. People all went out.
Yeah, no, it's a good, and one thing that you said really is ringing true with me is that we have gotten away from our normal things that we do, and new council members normally get to go to these trainings, and they're so good because you meet other council members from other places and you get to talk, and it's invaluable. But because of COVID, again, we have not done that.
Yeah.
So it makes it very difficult.
Yeah, I agree.
Peer-to-peer learning is so invaluable.
But Mike, the other Mike, I remember you from talking about Mountain View and Airbnb.
Oh, yeah. And
I remember you very well.
oh, yeah, that's well, we finally have Airbnb regulations in Mountain View. So
And that, I think you were like, oh, it's good, you know, people want to do it, you know. I don't know, but that's kind of where we were. It was quite a while ago, and I think is when it was breaking out and every city was dealing with it. But I remember you, I
Right.
think you were leading the discussion, or you're at least on the panel.
oh yeah, no, I probably did do some of that. And yeah, dealing with new technologies and like whether it's, you know, Martello will say how many times we spend on taxi regulations in Mountain View. Spent more time on that than we have on Uber, but
Wow. So I think one of the things that you could probably do for every city is to help us figure out the new technology for transportation, all of the electric bikes, scooters,
Yeah.
all of that is a huge issue for everyone right now.
right. And they come in, they're there for 3 months, they go out of business and they leave a bunch of yellow or green or orange bikes. And I take a lot of trips to China with elected officials, and you'll go around parts of, you know, Beijing or Shanghai, and you'll literally see 10-foot high pile of bikes. I mean, we worry about a couple bikes being thrown in the creek, but
Right.
yeah,
So it's a different mindset, I guess.
Yeah,
But we,
yeah.
luckily our city, we haven't had that yet. We haven't had people come in and leave bikes. So we've been very lucky. We haven't had that. We
Yeah.
just have a lot of electric bikes and a lot of kids on them. It's
Yeah,
just
and
something
they're-
new.
They're scary down the beach trail for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's one thing that we'll have to look at. But I think COVID again has exacerbated that. Everyone was home and everyone got a bike for Christmas, and they're all electric. And it's just, since Christmas, it has really changed a lot. You know, they
Oh,
want to
yeah.
get around, and they're out of school. So it's just been an artificial environment of how these things have grown. But every city's talking about it.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's been an interesting year and a half, and you know, it's like everybody's doing things no one ever thought possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a lot. Okay. So I'll go off. I just wanted to say I remembered you all from
Well, thank
different
you.
conferences, but
Right.
you were mentioning Mountain View, and when we were talking about Airbnb, and there was some young mayor, and I can't remember what city he was in, talking about why Airbnb was so good, and that how can, you know, they and their age group be expected to buy a home and afford it. And we were all looking at him because, you know, we're all, you know, from the 60s or whatever. And
Right.
we were like, that's what roommates were for. That's what you
Well,
did. You had
yeah.
roommates. You didn't have like people come in that you didn't know that were tourists, you know.
Right. Right.
But he thought
Exactly.
it was perfectly normal. It was just a change in attitude, right? But I can't remember what mayor that was. He was very young.
Yeah. I wonder if that was Jared Fishpaw from Los Altos. But of course, when we were young, we didn't have these either. So
Yes. Anyway, it was just interesting, you know. But I remember you from that discussion
Yeah.
and talking about Mountain View. It was a good discussion. We didn't settle anything, but it was everybody felt like they heard something that they could take away from that. It was a good discussion.
yeah. Well,
Excuse me,
I mean,
Mayor and council members.
it's an ongoing discussion. I mean,
Right. It is.
Yeah.
Mayor
Is that
Ward, council
Brian?
members and guests,
Yes.
just be advised, audio is still live streaming.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to go on break.
Melissa, I'm having trouble finding the PowerPoint. I'm only finding yours for some reason.
It's all one document. So
Oh, it is.
yeah, so you just have to scroll down through the first
go past the break, Mike.
something slides. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys can't see that yet, right?
I see the title slide right now.
But yeah, I see the whole
Oh,
PowerPoint
there's the break.
screen.
Yeah, it's in edit mode. So if in your on the left-hand channel where you see all the small slides, you can just scroll down over there.
I don't have that yet. I guess I'm seeing edit mode or something. Hang on a second. I may have downloaded it before. There we go. So scroll down. There's break time. But see, that's still your stuff. Oh, AB 1234 training. But that's just one slide.
They should all be
Oh,
there.
here we are. Here we are.
Yeah, I reformatted them, but they should all still be there.
Okay, that's why I didn't recognize it. It's pretty. So if now I have to share, right? Or you can see it?
I'm still seeing the title slide, so I think you probably shared just the document. So probably close out of there. So stop your share and then restart it.
Stop share.
Yep.
Okay. Share.
There you go.
So
then just go to slideshow, and then you
Slideshow.
start from. Oh, no, from okay.
oh my goodness. Look at this.
If just escape
Me-
out of that, and you can start it again. So just hit escape.
Hit escape,
Yeah,
end show. Okay.
and then go back to the AB 1234 slide.
So go down to that.
Yeah.
There's break. There we go.
And then when you go to slideshow, there's an option to start from current slide. There you go.
Oh my God, I'm a genius.
You got it.
So there we go. Look at that. Okay.
Okay. And we are at 5 after. Do we have the whole group back? I see Jean. I see Steve. I see Chris.
As long as you don't mind me eating fried chicken while I
We're going over dinner time. If we were doing this in person, we probably would have provided food. So no problem.
and chicken's not meat. Chicken's not meat unless it's fried.
Michael, my dad lives in Concord.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Is that you, Chris, saying that?
that's me. Yeah, Chris. Yeah.
How long has he been there?
Gosh, he must have been there 10, 12 years or so now. Yeah, a while. Not always, but he's seen a lot of changes there in that town.
Yeah, well, I was there during some of its craziest times in 90 to 93, and it almost made me go back into private practice. It was insane.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of changes up there because they went to being a district-based elections too. So, which a lot of cities have. So,
Yeah.
Where did he live before Concord?
He's always been in the Bay Area.
Okay.
So I can't remember if it was Alameda or some, Walnut Creek. He's kind of lived a lot of places, but yeah, he liked Concord. He was able to find a place up there in a kind of up and coming neighborhood that, had been kind of down, and now it's fully back. You can walk to the BART station and a lot of new stores. And so, it's in one of those areas that was kind of country before and now is a lot more popular.
Yeah, they had a lot of challenges over the years, and they had some great councils. And then a lot of the cities up there are run by old families. So no matter who gets elected, your election is contingent on the purse strings for the campaigns that are run by the old trash companies, sometimes the builders, and it was quite a place to work as city attorney. So
Okay, so are we all back?
Yeah, I think we've got everybody back. So Michael,
Okay.
whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, I'm going to do a soft intro because I don't know if you guys realize it, but you're all somewhat in law and law enforcement. I think having been in the military, you live by laws. We have 2 lawyers and and the mayor's probably been in the courtroom more than the lawyers have. But and the reason I'm giving you this background is because I keep seeing the spear being pointed towards ethics. And that's probably just in general in our lives from the Magna Carta on. But in 74, when the Political Reform Act was passed, that seemed to be the be all and end all, but nobody knew what it meant. So for the next 15 years, the staff at the FPPC was tasked with writing regulations. And what they did is they hired some really, really smart people who turned the regulations into what I would call the tax code. So complex, no one could understand them. To make matters more complicated, they were not in a book, they were in sheets, and they were constantly updating them. And the other thing we didn't have much of an internet. So some of the rules were so complicated, you had to, if a council member said I owned Home Depot stock on the night of the meeting, you couldn't possibly give an answer because you needed to know what Home Depot's revenues were last year. And you couldn't just go on your little Google and find out. So by the end of the 90s, and this is when I got involved, the city attorneys group came to me, the president, and said, would you be willing to start attending these meetings? Because what was happening was there were so many people being charged with violations. They had circulated a regulation, and I don't know if Joanne's still on, but they had proposed a regulation to hold us negligent, the city attorney or city clerk, for giving bad FPPC advice. And even they were toying with the idea of being able to prosecute us for giving bad advice. Now, this is against the background of we didn't know what the answers were. We could never get a straight answer. So that was all about the law. That was all about complexity. That was all about hot stove tests, things like that. So when I got involved, my goal for the league was to try to humanize city councils and city staff and say, look, we're the troops out in the field. You're the Pentagon. But we're out there trying to do the right thing. We just don't know what it is. So please don't shoot us because we do the wrong thing. And we managed to get there. And then they threw AB 1 about 10 years later, after we kind of made this transition, and the FPPC and the AG saw us as assets, and they started making the rules a little bit more understandable. Plus we had the internet, plus we had a book. AB 1234 comes in, and I had at that time been teaching what we called conflict of interest for almost 10 years. And so had other attorneys. Scott's firm, they have people that dedicated to teaching and knowing about conflicts of interest. When AB 1234 came in, it never occurred to me, and I was probably as close to it as anybody, that one, we were going to teach ethics, not just rules. Two, they were going to throw the Brown Act in, the Public Records Act. They were going to talk about, transparency. They were going to talk about public contracting. And so we had a whole different way of teaching all this stuff. And about 4 years later, we convened a group from every law firm that was teaching this stuff, all the teachers out there. And we convened in San Francisco at one of the league events and said, how many of you people are really teaching ethics as well as rules? And by and large, and the reason we had to ask this question is because we were getting complaints from the Attorney General saying, we told you how to teach ethics and no one's teaching ethics. We've gone to some sample events and these lawyers are teaching rules. So that's the background. So I see some of the things we'll talk about today are ethics, and you'll see something coming up a lot more, and at least from my point of view, is something known as the oath of office, that you all take an oath of office and it actually means something. So with that, I'll move on. But that's kind of the background, the 3-minute tour of the last 50 years. We're going to do this a little different tonight. Normally we go through 70 slides in lightning speed, and we try to wow you with all the subsections of the Political Reform Act we know. But this is going to be a little bit more applied, and hopefully it'll go faster. And I'll still broadly cover some of the required or all the required topics, but in-depth coverage today of key topics facing California governments: transparency in the Brown Act, risk of self-dealing, protect the public fisc, meaning the decisions you make that may violate a Brown Act may expose the public treasury. And then we're going to talk about the federal government. And the reason I'm going to emphasize the Brown Act a lot is some of you may recall, I don't know if any of you own a boat, but back in say the best example I can think of is in 13 or 14, Newport Beach was going through this process to change the slip rate in Newport Harbor. For a million years, it had been $100, and some of these people have $500,000, $1 million plus boats, and it went all the way up to like an average of 600. And the villagers with torches came down; they were very upset. So the city had gone through this very deliberate process, including workshops. There wasn't much to sue on. So what did they get sued on? They got sued on the Brown Act. And what I've seen in my career, probably the last 15 years, watching these cases, is any inventive lawyer that wants to sue a city tries to include a Brown Act or Public Records Act. One, because it's largely a factual inquiry, and two, because there may be attorney's fees attached. So we'll talk a lot about the Brown Act. A couple of obligatory slides. You all know law plays a bigger role. You should have learned by now, as we all have learned, usually the hard way. Perception is as important as reality. Somebody accuses you of something, somebody suggests the city did something untoward. It's hard to unring that bell. Gut is not a reliable guide. I can give you example after example where your gut or your logical or your intuitive nature would tell you one thing, and it's just not the case. Laws and minimum standards, ethics is what we ought to do. And again, there's just this huge emphasis now on talking about the ethical approach. Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's ethical. One of the things that kind of segues from what you're talking about the first 2 hours is, and I think Steve was off the council, came back on. I don't know if the mayor was, but I always say to folks, look back, picture yourself today, looking back on your career, whether it's 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, and how would you like to be viewed? It's kind of like I tell my friends when they get a divorce. I know you want to fight about the Christmas decorations, but how are you going to feel about that fight 5 years, 10 years from now when you realize your partner, your wife, your spouse wasn't that bad a person and you shouldn't have gotten that nasty about the Christmas decorations? And so, and then encourage folks to conduct themselves so that your most ardent critic, that person you disagree with the most, describes you as a well-mannered person with high ethical standards. You may be an SOB when it comes to getting your vote on something they want, but they can't say you're a bad person or you're not a good leader for the community. So I'd ask you to think about your organization. I can tell you, having worked for a number of organizations, I could literally tell the minute I walked in the door. And since Chris, your dad lives in Concord, my first day on the job, I was told that I was hired for my land use background because I had spent 4 years in between my city attorney services where I represented developers. So I had represented developers. I was a land use lawyer. They checked out my family and I came from the right part of Italy. That is a true story. And guess what? The culture in that environment was unfreaking believable, including people calling me on the carpet in their own office, offsite, private trash company, and speaking to me in Italian, which I really don't understand unless you're cursing at me. But every person has an ethical compass. My father quit high school to go to the Second World War, and he was my ethical compass. He believed all public officials were either retired on active duty or crooks. Now, coming from Eastern Pennsylvania, that was pretty much correct. And we even had family members like that, but he couldn't believe I got a public agency job in California without any contacts. He just couldn't even understand it. But lo and behold, by growing up with that cynicism, that was my ethical compass. He believed that, as you know, I would talk to him about things people want to do for you, tickets they wanted to give you. And he just looked at me like, what do you mean you would never take a ticket to a Dodger game, would you? And I said, well, no, I'd take a ticket to a Yankee game, but not a Dodger game. But he couldn't wrap his brain around the fact that anybody in public life should think they're entitled to anything other than the privilege. This is the joke slide. Where do we look for examples of ethics? The answer is the last one. It is my view, even though a lot of stuff we'll talk about today sounds like, oh my God, all these public officials are doing bad things to get themselves or their agency in trouble. Local government in California is really one of the best. Now, there are challenged areas. There is something known as the corruption corridor in LA, and you've all read about the city of Bell and some of the other cities where when the city of Bell got caught, everybody had to redo kind of what they were doing. But local government, I think for the most part, particularly staff and council members, and I also say this from a standpoint of having to have council members testify at depositions and in trials and having staff testify. I've never, ever had to question somebody's honesty. I've never had to stop a deposition and take a break and say, perhaps we should talk about this outside because I think somebody's maybe not telling the full truth. So I think I have a very high opinion of local government, even though there's lots of things we can do to screw things up. These are just kind of easy slides, honest with the public, honest with each other. Keep to your oath of office, which is, again, is a bigger and bigger thing. And I even worked for a city where when I went in as interim city attorney after I retired and they didn't swear me in, well, I called the city clerk the first day. I said, do you want me to come over and you can give me the oath? And she said, we don't swear anybody in but council members. And I said, well, charter says you do, and I think you better start. But more importantly, I mean, you are the group that we're talking to today. Everybody has taken an oath, and that's rare. I mean, you may have spent your whole career in the corporate world or in another world, and you never had to take an oath unless you went in the military. But taking an oath does mean something. And as the leaders of this community, you have to ask who's driving the bus. So if you have questions, if you think you can do a better job, then not everybody can get behind the wheel, but everybody can help drive the bus. And I think these are the big questions. Ask yourselves, what have we done and can we do more to make sure San Clemente continues as an ethical city? And can we create or extend our ethical legacy? We talk about Mountain View a lot because Mike and I are from Mountain View, but in that city, when I got there, I really thought they had some of the best rules I had ever seen. I had just come from a nightmare of a place where people did all kinds of stuff with their expense accounts and everything else. And I get to the city that did none of the above. They had incredibly descriptive rules. And in fact, AB 1234, if you recall, was really created as a reaction to overspending on expenses and reimbursements by special districts. It wasn't created to teach ethics. It was created to say you must adopt in public by resolution an expense reimbursement policy that meets the following criteria. When they adopted that, we met that in 98% of the categories. We had to fix something to do with paying for a spouse to attend a city event if there was dancing involved, because we didn't want any of the council members hitting on any of the guests. But that's about all we had to change. That's kind of a joke, but it's actually a true story. But when we went through this removal of a council member, he managed to find little cracks in the armor, and he managed to get things done through rationalization. Like he managed to get the city to reimburse him for a $900 tuxedo, unbeknownst to the city manager or the city attorney. So we knew we had things to fix. So we took what we had and we said, you know what? We think we're pretty good council. We think we're pretty good staff. We think we've, belt and suspenders, but obviously there's some more we can do. So these are the 4 areas we're required to talk about, and we will go through a lot of those, or all of those. Public servants should not benefit financially from their positions. Personal financial gain, you'll recognize all of these. We'll talk about all of these as we go through the things. Now, this is my fancy graphic on the council member that was removed. And I'll refer to this thing so from time to time. So I just wanted you to get kind of a picture of it. These are 4 1-acre parcels. council member / mayor lived on Blue. The trust that his family, he lived on, it was a family trust. The trust owned red and blue, and his dad lived on the red. Behind to the blue was his aunt's property, which was 1 acre, and then a third party owned the other one. Now, this was on a street like Pico. So along the red and blue, picture Pico. And maybe if the area across from the car wash and the U-Haul dealer down there was flat, where the surf shop is, if that was flat, that'd be the area. So a major intersection. It was just to the bottom of this picture was Highway 101, was Costco, In-N-Out Burger, McDonald's. And if you go about, I would say, Michael, maybe 4 blocks to 5 blocks, you start running into about 2 or 3 million square feet of something known as Google. So that's Google headquarters. So this is not a rundown area. It's actually zone industrial, and it's a transition zone. But this is very valuable property. And he would get asked, he would have a Porsche dealer come to him and say, I'd love to buy your property, but you got to get the parcels in the back, the ones that aren't red and blue. He would get a housing developer and said, because it's on Pico, I can't get a curb cut every place I need it. So you're going to have to get the property in the back so I can access it. So he went to staff. He went around with me telling him to stop, with our senior council member who he was best friends with telling him to stop, with the city manager telling him to stop. He did everything he could to try to get us to help him acquire these properties and also to help him develop the properties. And when he hit resistance, he wanted the planning director fired. At one point, he wanted the city, he told me he had the votes to get the city manager fired, and they would offer me the city manager job, which, if I had had a gun, I would have shot myself right then, because I was city attorney. The worst job, the toughest job in the building is city manager. It's not city attorney. We can lock our doors and hide. So here's our first fact scenario, and jump in if you have the notion to spot the issues. But the city manager gets a call from the director of planning, alerting him that the council member dropped by to see the head of advanced planning, sat down in her office to discuss rezoning his 4 parcels to a high density R use. The council member would like the city to conduct the rezoning as a city initiative. Now that has a lot of benefit, because if the city does it, the city's probably going to pay for the EIR and going to do all the planning work. He's not going to have to do anything. So the issues that jump out at you are interference with the council manager form of government. In our case, it was violation of the charter, appearing before the agency, seeking financial benefit from his office, and of course, the Political Reform Act. The following council meetings closed session listed real estate negotiations for the development of 2 city-owned properties for affordable housing. One issue was who pays for the EIR, estimated to cost $400,000. Councilmember Nash suggests that his property would be included in the EIR and that the city use housing impact fees to pay for it. So what do you think the issues are there? Anybody?
He has a financial gain.
Anybody else? He's brought up a property that's not listed on the agenda. So now you have a potential Brown Act violation because, and maybe he's just brought it up. The council, I haven't given you information, the council discussed it. But as we go further into the closed session, Councilmember Ford, who ran on a platform of promoting more housing, thinks this is a great idea. The mayor stops further discussion and asks the city attorney whether Nash's proposal can even be discussed. The council votes 4-1 to authorize further negotiation provided the developer pays for the EIR. So in this case, the mayor stopped it. I didn't give you enough information for us to make a conclusion whether they actually discussed it. But the teaching point here is if somebody were to go into that close, if you're a council member, you're in that closed session, and this council member brings that up, as what you can legitimately do is say, we have really a lot of housing goals. Should we be doing more than these 2 parcels? Should we come back again before we decide this and maybe look at more parcels in the city? that's probably permissible. But if you're going to talk about a specific piece of property, as I'll show you later, when you look back with the lens, that's where you could potentially get in trouble. So we had the Brown Act noticing issue. It wasn't listed on the agenda, Political Reform Act, and you have a potential for what we call Government Code 1090, because any contract for an EIR or anything that would end up with a contract with a developer, he would be involved with, and he's trying to tag on to the developer's work. So the next day, the city's negotiator calls the developer. It was a little strange. The developer said he had already heard the city wanted him to pay for the EIR, but the city might be willing to use impact fees to pay for the EIR if the proposal included other properties not owned by the developer. So now it's getting more complex. So now it's obvious it's somebody, not the city negotiator, called the developer and probably disclosed what was going on in closed session. This has happened to me in the city of Concord, oddly enough. By the time I got home, I drove 7 miles home, and the applicant for the deal with the city was on my personal phone at home. I didn't know how he got the number, chewing me out for what I said in closed session. So this does happen. Now, this particular section, this is a section out of the Brown Act, and it says a person may not disclose confidential information that has been acquired by being present in a closed session to a person not entitled to receive it, unless the legislative body authorizes disclosure of that confidential information. Now, this code section comes from a case called Kleitman versus Superior Court. Kleitman, Joseph Kleitman, was our mayor in Mountain View. And we had a court, actually a very good judge, order us to have the council. So we get sued by our gadfly, and this gad, we call him a gadfly. He's a friendly gadfly. He sued me about eight times in the first 10 years I was there. It was always a Brown Act. It always included a Brown Act and a public records piece of litigation. He never won, but he sued. In this particular case, he got a judge to say, no, you can't take the council members' depositions, but I'm going to direct them to order these answer these 5 special interrogs. And, I went to the council and I said, taking a writ on a discovery order is like, 0 to 30% chance of winning. And the council said, I don't care. We're not, every time he sues us, we're not telling him what we talked about in closed session. We did nothing wrong. So we actually got a unanimous opinion out of the appellate court, a very strong opinion, because there was no specific text in the Brown Act that said you couldn't disclose closed session communications. So very strong opinion. We thought that was probably good enough. And we got a phone call from a state legislature who happened to be from Palo Alto, said, basically asked me if I would help write this section. And there was a lot of negotiation that went on with it, with both the league, the counties association, and oddly enough, even the employee groups. So the employee groups are concerned that once you put this in a Brown Act, if they violate it, could they be disciplined or fired? So we put in there that they couldn't be disciplined or fired for violating this unless they were trained. So if they were trained and they were told not to disclose things from closed session, they could be disciplined or fired. For a council member, it's literally in this section that they can be referred to the grand jury for removal. So it just says refer to the grand jury, but that's essentially why we put it in. So this section hits pretty close to home, and we've had issues over the year, as we always do. A lot of times it's accidental, but I know this is an issue for a lot of cities, and that's one of the reasons I brought some emphasis to it. So in this case, with the talking about this in closed session and then the disclosure, you have interference with the city manager again. You have the oath question. Somebody's violating the law, violating their oath. The Political Reform Act, clearly, honest services mail fraud, we'll go into more, but that's another big thing you may recognize from something called Varsity Blues. There's a bunch of these cases, you may have heard about it, where people paid $500,000 to get their kid into college. That was honest services mail fraud. So that could come in depending on how this story ends. So the night after the closed session, council members Ford and Chevy ran into each other at the mixer. Ford complained that Nash kept calling him to encourage him to push Ford's property to be included as an affordable housing site. Councilmember Chevy said Ford also called him and he told Ford that he was not interested in his property as a housing site. So now what do we have? We have Councilmember Ford, who's largely innocent. I mean, he's not trying to make money on anything, but he's complaining that he's talked to Councilmember Nash, who brought it up in closed session. And now the only thing Councilmember Chevy could have done is said, I can't talk about this. But when he says he's also called me and I told him, now we have, if we look back at this, if somebody wants to challenge the city, let's say later on this does become developed as a housing site and the neighbors don't want it developed as a housing site, they can look back and they can sue the city for a Brown Act violation. They'll claim, well, when did you start talking about this? Well, this first came up in closed session. The property came up in closed session. When was it listed on closed session? I never saw it. Oh, it wasn't listed. Well, did you talk about it? I don't remember what we said, but I think any other time you talked about it? Oh, chamber mixer one time we talked about it. And, and you can see how this builds. And really nobody's being evil here. Nobody's being a bad person, but this is how slippery a slope, serial meetings can go. So serial meetings, in my view, sneak in on cat-like feet. Serial meeting violations ensnare more innocents than guilties. In fact, violations are often involve only innocents, people not trying to do the wrong thing. But the best practice is the best defense is the best practice. And Michael, you may want to jump in here about this because I've actually seen Michael testify in his deposition and he's kind of won the day for us. But why don't you take that point, Michael?
Well, it's just always the sort of thing when you get a call from another council member and they want to say something, the first thing you ask is, have you talked to anybody else about this? Just because it's like, and we've seen a lot of it up here in cities around, people running for mayor and they talk to somebody not knowing that person had already talked to somebody. Again, there's innocence, but now you've got a serial meeting. And it's way harder with a 5-member council, at least with a 7-member council, you got a little more wiggle room. But I've always thought the worst violator of the open meeting laws, though, as the Brown Act, is the media. Because they go and call everybody, figure out how you're planning on voting, and then they publish that in the newspaper.
Well, and in these, when we've been in litigation over the Brown Act, the last point, Your Honor, that's my story in my firm practice. Mike has actually testified under oath and said, no, we're trained. If a council member calls me, the first words out of my mouth. And if you can say that every time, you will, create confidence that in fact did happen because people are very suspicious. So.
And we were lucky that we had a guy who did sue us a lot for Brown Act violations, which never occurred. So, we were always on pins and needles about it.
Yeah, and I have to say, and may he rest in peace. He just passed away about 3 or 4 months ago. He's about my age, but it made us crazy in terms of the agendas and everything else. We had to be above and beyond because he was a guy that was always looking for attorney's fees. He wasn't doing this for any, special purpose other than hoping. And he did sue cities and he got paid because he'd catch him in something. He'd ask for a public record. They wouldn't give him the whole file. He'd sue them. Public records are mandatory attorney's fees. So we put up with that.
Gene's got his hand up, Mike.
Oh, okay. Hi, Gene.
Are you going to address the Brown Act and social media?
Yes, we are.
Okay, then I'll save my question.
Broad subject of social media, yes. So we're going to switch a little bit now. We're going to come back to most of these subjects, but when I first got involved in this, I never thought I'd have to talk about bribery, but and it's not just the Varsity Blues scandal, but if you're ever interested and you're bored with nothing to read, I signed up many years ago when I was doing a lot of lecturing on the FBI website. You can sign up for their press releases, and I get 20 to 35 a day. And I watch what they prosecute. And, I'm kind of shocked by how many people are involved in crimes against children. I'm not shocked by all the Medicare fraud. I'm shocked by how many people still rob banks. But on the governmental level, when you go to their website, and I think I have a picture of their website, it's one of my slides, they literally say public corruption is their number one thing. So the AG is not really prosecuting many people for bribery that I see, but the feds are doing it all the time. And they do it principally under two sections. This section is basically stands for if you as a city take $10,000 in federal funds for any program. So let's say you take $10,000 to help you repair the pier. If one of your employees cheats $6,000 worth of overtime on their paycheck, they can literally be prosecuted by the federal government for theft. So it's theft or bribery. So, if we wind the clock back to 1789 when we all adopted the Constitution, I think there was only two federal crimes, treason and bribery. Well, nowadays there's a lot more. And what the FBI says is their number one priority is corruption in local government because, and I've heard this explained in person by a U.S. attorney, they basically said, we give out so many billions or trillions of dollars to local agencies for everything from school lunches to bridges. And we don't want to give federal money for that, which we know how to watch that money. We have checks and balances. We don't want them taking that money for a bridge and then wasting their money on corruption and fraud. So that's at least their theory. So honest services mail fraud is what the Varsity Blues was based on and a number of other cases. And if you read this has bounced through the courts a lot. This is where Rod Blagojevich was prosecuted. Now, a lot of legal thinkers, including Scalia, said the wording on this is so broad that if the mayor was given a special table at a restaurant because of her official position, that could be considered honest services mail fraud. And that's an exaggeration, but it's not that much of an exaggeration because when you read this language, it's almost anything if the feds wanted to charge you with, for instance, when I was a city attorney, I used some outside counsels for years. I depended on them. The council hired them, but you become friends. You play golf with them, you pay for your own golf, but still somebody could come up and say, well, didn't you go to that guy's wedding or her wedding? You're a friend and you're hiring, and so that's how broad this is. It's very broad. And it's just something to be very aware of. So, the Varsity Blues, this was all that. Rod Blagojevich, the Duke Cunningham, you may remember that name. He was one of the first American heroes from Vietnam. He was the first ace in Vietnam, went on to become a congressman, did a lot of time in federal prison. Now, when we talked about rationalization earlier, Rod Blagojevich doesn't think he did anything wrong. Neither does Duke Cunningham. And San Francisco Public Works Director is going on right now. They've indicted the director, at least one other city employee, and a couple trash company people for what you could call the trash company's generosity. So over the course of about 4 years, they made available to the director about $1 million in generosity. So for instance, the Public Works Department has a lavish Christmas party for all their employees, $60,000, trash company paid for it. One of the public employees' kids was kind of unemployable, so they gave him a job. And when they realized that looked bad, they made a cash contribution to the Lefty O'Doul's Foundation. If you've ever been to San Francisco, down by Union Square, there's a bar called Lefty O'Doul's. And they have a foundation, which is a nonprofit. So the trash company made a huge donation to the Lefty O'Doul's Foundation, and then Lefty O'Doul's Foundation found a way to share the generosity. So, no good deed goes unpunished, but these are not good deeds. So that's examples of honest services mail fraud. So this is actually from the FBI website. Public corruption, the FBI's top criminal priority, poses a fundamental threat to our national security and way of life. And if I would have, before I knew this, I would have bet a month's pay their top priority was Homeland Security, or their top priority was Medicare fraud or something. But it's public corruption. And if you get down in the weeds and talk to U.S. attorneys, they'll say, if you want to make your bones in the Department of Justice, doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your political affiliation, you find public people to prosecute. So let's go for another fact situation. This is a fun one and based on a true story from San Diego, not Mountain View. The weekly newspaper called this morning inquiring about a bridal shower held over the weekend for the Public Works Director's daughter. The director flew her daughter in from Texas Tech, invited family and 100+ contractors who regularly work for the city. Since her daughter was due to fly home the next day to Texas, the director suggested guests may want to use the money tree in lieu of presents. I don't know if any of you remember this case. It's from about 10 years ago, but it was a school superintendent and it was more like 250 contractors. So what's the issues here? So kind of what I hid in the facts a little bit is that it was the director, her daughter was at Texas Tech, which probably means she still lives at home and she's probably under the age of 23 and she's probably a dependent, and what that means is that the director's any gift that daughter received is a gift to the director, because the daughter has no relationship with these people putting money on the tree. So the other key issue here is, as a public official, whether you're elected, appointed, or an employee, you never take money, maybe from a family member. But to take cash, this director has no way of knowing who gave what, doesn't know whether somebody gave more than $50, somebody gave an illegal gift more than $520, doesn't know if somebody gave a gift of $200 but also paid for her golf 3 months ago. It's just an awful situation. The person in San Diego did resign, but initially defended themselves and said, "What are you talking about? This is in that case, it was a baby shower, but what's wrong with this?" And I was actually, the way I got involved in it was the Institute at the time. The executive director was also general counsel and maybe my mentor when it comes to ethics, but she was like the nicest person on the planet, and in addition to being the smartest person on the planet, but she was the type that would, when she saw really egregious things like this, she couldn't say the unvarnished truth. So she would say things like, well, complying with these laws is very challenging, and we can, at the Institute, could never advise somebody to do this or support this, but this is really troubling. And they call me and ask me, and I say, this is corruption. This guy got to go. I mean, I probably wasn't that brazen about it, but if you have the poor cent, you come to this job, you're making $300,000 a year, and you fly your daughter in to have a money tree. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So it gets better. The council, the city manager, so city managers always want to make sure their councils are not surprised. So the city manager, seeking to keep his council informed, calls each one, advising of the possibility that a story may appear, and that the city attorney is looking into all aspects of this issue, and that the director of public works has had other recent performance issues. The city manager stressed the confidentiality of this information. So, and this is one where, so let me continue. The article that appears 3 days later includes a statement that the city attorney is investigating the baby shower as a possible crime, and that the director's job is hanging by a thread. The paper refuses to show their source, but did confirm it was not a city source. So what does that mean to us? If the paper has, so the city manager is probably the only person that could have told 5 council members, the only people he told or she told, said, one, there's been problems with this director before and the city attorney's investigating. So it's likely that one of the council members, the paper said it wasn't a city source. So now we have the added confidentiality issue and the oath issue of a council member who's told somebody else. Now, again, that might be innocent. You might tell your friend, you might tell your advisor, you might tell somebody you trust, but now we have no control over it. But at the same time, and this is where the council may have some feeling on this, there has to be a certain balancing here about what you can say. So you got a call from a city manager. When this hits the paper, people are going to be pissed off, I think. If you're in an ethical city with residents that expect an ethical city council, you may need to be out there and say something. But you also want to know where the guardrails are, because what you don't want to do is the leak that went to the paper could expose the city to liability, because maybe there is an explanation. Maybe it wasn't the public works director. Maybe it was the public works director's ex-spouse or partner that held the baby shower. Now you have an article from supposedly a city source, not a direct city source, but indirectly, that has accused this person of a potential crime, and you might even have a defamation case. So from a council standpoint, this is where you turn to your city attorney and your city manager and say, what can we say? We cannot be mum on this. Now, if you think you can, that's fine. But if we had a case that made all the news across the nation one time, we had a young man who was undercover, dressed like a gang member at 1 o'clock in the morning. He made a bad stop. He shouldn't have stopped this couple. They were having an argument on the street at 1 o'clock in the morning. They happened to be biracial. When he decides to pull his gun and tell the gentleman to lay on the ground, he also calls for backup. Backup comes, and this is under the heading of everything that can go wrong does go wrong sometimes. The backup shows up, and he is a 6'7" biggest cop we have, and he's a canine officer. Problem was his canine vehicle was broken that day, so he borrowed another car without a cage. So when he stops the car to jump out to help this officer dressed like a gang member, who's now holding a gun on a guy that didn't do anything wrong, his dog jumps out to play too, because there's no cage. And he bites the individual in the upper part of the inside of the thigh, the very upper part. And that's why it made CNN and Fox News and MSNBC. And so you have the bridal shower on the one hand, you have the NAACP with the top civil lawyer in San Jose in front of a camera saying we're going to sue the city. And the council looks to staff and says, what can we say? We can't disclose the confidential nature of what you told us about the case, but we cannot just say, sorry, we can't talk about it. So that's where I say you need to know where the guardrails are. As a council, you need to make sure all your council members understand that. And your city attorney and your city manager and can probably help you a lot. I mean, we have done talking points in those cases where we put together, you can say this, you can say that, here's what we're going to do. And in that case, believe it or not, we did not get a lawsuit, and we did it all in public. But one of the things the council decided was we were entitled to go into closed session. The police chief wanted to bring, I think his name's Gene Ramirez up from LA to write a check. And we said, no. We didn't. We did something stupid. We just didn't do anything intentional. And we literally never went into closed session, and we did it all in public, and we didn't buy a lawsuit. And the public, our public would have demanded nothing less. So you have to gauge what our community is here in San Clemente. But those are the kind of things you have to wrestle with when your instinct says, I have to be out there on this, but you have to remember confidentiality, you have to remember your oath, and you have to remember protecting your treasury. So on honest services mail fraud, some of the target behaviors you have to be careful of is on-site consulting business, no trading anything for votes, avoid conflicts with family businesses, and do not use public or money for private gain, public money for assets for private gain. When I would go on the road with some of these presentations, and every time I give this one example, at the end of my 2 hour and 15-minute presentation, I would have at least 3 cities come up to me and say, we have the exact same thing. And the example I would give is we had City of Hercules some years ago used to hire this management consultant, and the contracts would go probably close $300 to $1 million a year. They really liked the guy. So they said to him, would you ever think of being city manager? So they hired him as city manager, but they said, you got to get rid of this consulting business. So he sold it. The purchasers of his consulting business were 2 daughters, 17 and 19, who had no background nor interest in being a consultant. And then to make matters worse, because if it had stopped there, you probably don't have an issue. But what he did is he kept hiring this new consulting firm made up of his 2 daughters and billing the city hundreds of thousands of dollars, and even using his city manager's office to kind of go on the road and promote this business. So when I would give that as an example, I would end up with 3 or 4 people every single big session, because some of my sessions one year would be 450 people, one year to be 50, but invariably somebody comes up and goes, we have the same thing going on. Is that illegal? Yeah, that's really illegal. Now, a lot of times people just lose their jobs, but they can be prosecuted. So other things just to cover quickly: receiving rewards for appointing somebody to public office, embezzlement, another subject I never thought I'd have to lecture on, but embezzlement happens funny. And when I watch the FBI press releases, there's a lot of embezzlement across the country. A lot of it's very low grade. It's a city official that finds out they can write checks to themselves. So over the course of couple of years, they write $15,000 or $30,000 worth of checks. Nothing too tremendous in terms of the monetary amount. The one we had locally was we had a guy that was our golf course superintendent. He was responsible for everything outside of the golf shop. So the golf pros in the golf shop takes care of the rounds and the balls and the tees and the shirts and the shorts. He takes care of everything else. And he noticed that a lot of stuff he was buying in tools and supplies really were the exact same parts he was buying for his son's passion for go-karts. And and we caught it by accident, but when we went down there, it took us 2 U-Haul trucks and a lot of yellow tape to go down and pick up all the stuff that he had at his house in Santa Cruz that he bought through the city. So he was embezzling golf cart wheels, and obviously guilty of a felony. And the way we caught it was, it's hard to catch things like that. We caught it just because some person in the finance department thought, are they buying another compressor? Didn't I just approve a compressor like last week? And that's how he got caught over a compressor, probably a $300 item, if that. So it does happen. He gave up one of the best jobs on the planet. Compared to city attorney, I'd rather be a golf course superintendent. So this is actually out of the regulations. And this is Political Reform Act basic rule. And I'm only going to read the first sentence to emphasize one point. A public official at any level of state or local government has a prohibited conflict of interest and may not make, and this is the key phrase, or in any way use or attempt to use his or her official position to influence a governmental decision when he knows he has a disqualifying financial interest. The words "or in any way attempt to use his or her official position to influence a governmental decision." The importance of that, and we'll have probably a slide directly on this later, but if you have a conflict of interest, one of my favorite city attorneys used to say, you're dead on the issue. And that's what you want to be able to testify to. You did nothing. Now, city managers are very used to getting the visit from the conflicted council member that says, look, I'm conflicted out in this issue, but I wanted you to know that I don't really want the street widened in front of my house, or I don't really appreciate you putting basketball hoops in the park because I'm going to hear balls bouncing. Why don't you just make it, like a passive park? Or that council member that's conflicted out meeting with other council members to share their views. If you have a conflict of interest on the Political Reform Act, you should do nothing. You cannot use your official position in any way. Now, the argument I would always get was, what's wrong? I'm allowed to go down to the podium, and because I own the property, I can go down to the podium and say, please don't put this basketball hoop in the park next to my house. I won't sleep at night. Well, the difference is when you're meeting with those individual other council members, you're meeting not in the public. When you're down at the podium, the lights are on, the cameras are on, and everybody can see what you're saying. So you're not meeting with city manager behind closed doors. You're not meeting in secret, even though we're not thinking of it as some, clandestine secret thing. All you're doing is sharing your views. And I've seen so many people trip over this because not paying attention to that one sentence. So this is.
Michael, hey, quick interruption on. So in terms of influencing the public officials, what if you happen to know the developer and let's say you want the project and you said, so you give him some inside tips on, how to fashion it. Also no good?
Well, I mean, I think it's risky. I don't know of anybody that's ever been, prosecuted for that. And if it's in your neighborhood, there's always a situation that occurs where a developer reaches out to the neighbors, and you may be one of the neighbors. And I don't know if you recall, Michael, but right before I retired, I live on a corner I was living on a corner right downtown, 6 blocks from City Hall, 2 blocks from Main Street, and they were building 500. They were knocking down my favorite lumber store, which I'd walk over to all the time because I'm kind of a woodworker, and they were building apartments. And I got the materials. I got somebody knock on my door saying, "Would you like us?" And they realize who you are. Say, "No, I heard about it. I'm not getting involved." But my neighbors were really upset with me for not leading the charge against the apartments. And I said, and I was actually frankly in favor of the apartments because I knew we needed the housing. But I said, I'm not taking any position. And I can't take any position. And just like you were talking earlier, that the public doesn't always understand the council manager form of government and everything. They literally just looked at me like I was making it up. And I said, no, seriously, I cannot do any, I'm not doing anything. Could I go down and stand at the podium? Yes. Am I going to? No. But anyway, that's the reality of the world. And the main thing to know is you want to be able to say without fear of anybody contradicting you that when you were out on an issue, you were out. And I know that's tough, but you can speak publicly. You can even put out a letter. You can send a letter. You can, anything that's public, you can do. For this side, I'm not going to bore you with the 4-step process that used to be the 8-step process. I know you've taken AB 1, 2, 3, 4 before and probably heard it, but I always like to mention segmentation. It is a section in the regs. And what segmentation is that if you have a conflict of interest and you're out, that parts of the decision may be able to be broken out so that you can participate in them. A couple examples, you own Home Depot stock, Home Depot is coming into town. You can vote on it because the level of stock you own, or maybe your spouse or partner works for Home Depot, source of income. But once Home Depot's resolved, let's say it's approved, and they come back in and they want to know if they can cut down a tree that's on the site that's interfering with their grading, you might be able to vote on that. Where it comes up more is in budgeting, or let's say you have a list of 10 parks that you want to put on your CIP eventually, but you only want to put 4 on. There's 10 parks. City wants to have more parks. So through your public process, you develop 10 possible areas for new parks. And tonight the council is going to approve the list of 10, but more importantly, they're going to decide which of the 10 go on the list of 4. And you say to the council, well, the one's right next to my house. So if I go out of the room and disclose my conflict and you decide which go on the 4, and my house, the park next to my house isn't on the 4, then I won't have a conflict because all we're voting on in that segmented part of the subject is prioritizing the 4 that are on there. So now if the park next to my house is on there, I can't come back in. But you always look at a decision, and please, if you ever want to use this to participate, do not surprise your city attorney or city manager on Tuesday night, because you have to actually go through the reg and look at it. And you might actually have to call the FPPC. So this is something when the agenda comes out Thursday or Friday, you want to get on the phone or send a quick email off to Scott and say, is there a possibility this could be segmented if the council approved to do it? So that's segmentation. I think you all know who public officials are. I highlight designated employees and certain consultants. I think during COVID, certain consultants have become more so. So what that means is, and it's a lot of cities, all cities have a list of designated employees. So the ones that are set out in statute are the council, planning commission, city manager, city attorney, and people who handle public investments. Then you adopt a list of designated employees who also make decisions. So you'll list those people. Those are the people who have to fill out a Form 700. A lot of cities miss consultants, and a lot of cities don't use consultants. But if you regularly use consultants, so if you hire an engineering firm to draw a set of specs for, say, a city skate park, they're an outside consultant. They're not really subject to the Political Reform Act. If, on the other hand, you go to an engineering company and say, we're a little short on subdivision engineers, and we'd like to hire 2 of your people to sit down in Public Works Department, 5 days a week and plan check for us. They're not an employee, they're a consultant, but they should be filling out a Form 700 if they have decision-making authority. So just something to be aware of. These are the Form 700 economic interests. And then I think we've covered most of this in terms of your debt on the issue. Don't use your official position to influence anything. But I do want to highlight the FPPC did not have a rule on leaving the room and declaring your conflict explicitly until about 15 years ago. And since that time, they've been perfecting it and drilling down on it. And I won't bore you with all the details, but I'd have folks that they know the next item up is the one they have a conflict on. They don't want to say they have a conflict. They don't want to do the disclosure. So they all of a sudden disappear from the meeting. Or the item they have a conflict on is the first public hearing. So they don't come to the meeting until that first item is up. Well, the reg now says very clearly, doesn't matter when you show up, you need to disclose your conflict. So if you come late and you miss that item, when you come in, you should disclose the nature of the conflict. And the city clerk should hopefully enter into the records. Same thing if you leave the meeting and come back. So the key thing to take away is the public expects you to identify the nature of a conflict for a meeting you attended on the record. And Mike can tell you that some council members hated to do it or just didn't feel comfortable with what to say. And they would just turn to me and say, I talked to the city attorney, he'd like to make a statement. And I'd say, the mayor talked to me, and the mayor owns a home within 500 feet and therefore has a conflict on the Political Reform Act and will be leaving the dais and leaving the room at this time. It's in the record and everybody's protected.
Michael, can I ask a quick question
Sure.
on that? So, we all understand conflict. I'm wondering what our duty is where you might have a conflict on part of it. Do you have any duty to ask for that to be segmented so that you can participate in the balance of it, especially if there is a quorum issue where the city cannot have a quorum on an issue, but possibly you could attend if it was segmented? Is there an issue like with the oath we took, or watching the city fisc, things like that, where we should look at being able to do that?
Well, and the way you phrase it is, do you have a duty? You don't have a duty to ask for segmentation but if it's to maintain a quorum, is also something known as legally required participation, where in small towns, sometimes you have half the council has to conflict out, and there's a procedure you go through for bringing back council members. And that's something your city attorney really needs to know ahead of time to go through the process. And actually, knowing the FPPC as I do, they're always, they actually like to get called on any time there's legally required participation. So if segmentation would get you there, like maybe one council member would be conflicted out on one part of the issue and another one on another one. We would run into this when we handed out federal funds under CDBG to nonprofits. And it would be, I might have 3 of my council members who either they or they're a member of their households on a nonprofit and couldn't be there for the whole discussion. So they would ask for certain things to be segmented out. But to answer your question, segmentation may or may not get you there, because it sounds like you're going to still lose people. But there is something called legally required participation. But in my view, to do that, the city attorney has to know about that at least a day ahead of time so they can study the issue and maybe call the FPPC. Scott, do you have any comment on that?
No, just that, Michael, that's legally required participation is if people are disqualified, if more than a quorum's disqualified by a conflict, then how you requalify them is what Michael's talking about. I think, beyond that, the case that comes up the most, Kathy, is when staff just sets the table on an item that has just too wide a swath without even thinking about who's qualified to vote or who's disqualified. So we've had some specific plans or some general plans. Your STLU ordinance, you might remember, that when you just put it on the table, ended up disqualifying council members that might have been able to vote. And so in that case, I think it's just an individual question about, whether you ought to raise that issue and seek a bifurcation or segmentation of the decision so that you can do the job that you came to do. And San Clemente actually has really good traditions there and not trying to take each other out. I'm mentioning that case because it might have been easy to just say, no, let's go forward. I call for the question. I don't care if 2 of you are disqualified. But you had members, around that specific plan area that had particular neighborhoods and particular vantage points who were pretty easily qualified by breaking it down into bite sizes and then taking turns voting on them. So Michael's explained when everybody's legally disqualified because of a financial interest, then we can work with the FPPC to requalify them. But you have pretty good traditions for looking at those mass disqualifications or even disqualifications of 2 and deciding whether in fairness you could dial the staff presentation back and then qualify more of you to vote on it. So that you don't have to do that though, as Michael explained.
Okay. I think you gave a good example. I'm thinking of the general plan also. When we voted on that, we all live within certain parts of the general plan. And I remember the council working hard to be able to vote on what they could so that we would have a quorum so that we could pass the general plan. So I think that's a good example.
I don't want to cut you off. If you wanted to game that, you could say, no, Scott's not available to look at this. It can require an appraiser, right, to look at the materiality of the impact on a home. And so I have never seen the city council game that. If it's possibility that somebody could be qualified by breaking something, it was with the hospital zones too, I remember. The medical use overlays, you could have had 2 disqualified and they didn't need to be. And so and you would have disqualified them by not allowing me to look at it or to get the expertise for the inquiry that Michael mentioned with the FPPC.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, our town is only so big. So,
Right.
When we're in a specific area, sometimes, that can happen. So, all right. Thank you. I just wanted to ask why we were on that subject.
Thanks for asking.
Thank you.
Good question. Well, and that brings up an interesting point with my first council was 7 was Mountain View, and there's 7 of them. And when we got to like a local park where they were probably far enough away, or they were far enough away, and had another park closer to their house or whatever, during different iterations of the materiality standard over the years, I'd have council members just say, I'm close enough, even though I don't have to step aside. I'm going to step aside because I'm not going to make anybody happy. And literally, we would have people just abstaining, and then abstaining is voluntary. I mean, I've actually had people ask me questions. Can you force people to participate? Because in their communities, anytime there's a tough or a political issue, the council member, they would almost lose a quorum because of abstentions. And we had a couple celebrated ones where people didn't want to, anytime the arena was filled with the villagers with torches, they would come to me and try to find a conflict. It was only 1 or 2 members, but it was kind of silly at some point. It's like they wanted me to go out publicly and say, I'm sorry, but Councilmember so-and-so has a conflict of interest. And I couldn't do it. So, but they can leave the room, they can do whatever they want to do.
I think Irvine has a rule that says you have to vote unless you have an opinion from the city attorney.
Oh, really?
You're disqualified. But I've always thought that was kind of silly, because there just may be other reasons that someone, and not because of cowardice, but just because they might think the appearance is bad, or it's untoward just in terms of general ethics. So I don't believe in that rule that some cities have, that you can be, compelled to vote unless you're officially disqualified.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not sure how enforceable that would be, but I have heard the issue enough times to know that in some communities that's a real problem. So some of the future employment issues just to be aware of, you might as a council member get offered a job, and there are laws about that. So you just need to know to ask. There is a revolving door prohibition for elected and city managers and others. It doesn't apply to city attorneys, but if you're a city manager and you're offered a job, you really can't do anything with that prospective employer until you cut off the discussion. And I always advise staff members to, on the participation in decisions involving future employers, we would get engineering firms trying to poach our engineers, and they want to start a dialogue about, hey, come to work for me, but at the same time, they're approving their drawings. And, what we tell people is, look, if you're thinking about it, I know it's awkward to go to your boss and say, by the way, I shouldn't be doing this because I'm thinking of this job, but you got to protect yourself. And if you're not going to do it, cut it off, do it in writing, send an email, something to show that you cut it off. So I think these are pretty self-explanatory. Government Code 1090 is when the Political Reform Act passed, it got all the attention and people tended to forget about Government Code 1090. And 1090 is a pretty heavy duty section because it can be charged as a felony. If you've been to other AB 1234 classes, you probably heard about some of the cases, but basically it's a public official has a financial interest in a contract, does something to make the contract, and it can be anything: negotiations, discussions, deliberations, providing options. And I'll give you a good example of this. But to tell you how heavy-handed this is, if you had for years, your entire fleet is Ford trucks, and you like Ford trucks, and you've been buying them from the local Ford dealer for years because he gives you the best price and gives you a rebate. You're getting the 1 cent on the sales tax, and you're helping a local business. And the owner of that Ford dealer gets elected to the council. You can't buy Fords from that person anymore because he's now on the board. Now, if he had a staff position, it'd be treated a little different. But as a board member, the board cannot vote on a contract unless it falls within one of the exceptions. And that wouldn't be, there isn't an exception to buy Fords from your fellow council member. The cases that we talk about, you'll see one says city charter provisions, because we actually had a city charter provision that mirrored 1090 in our city. But in these 4 cases, what I will tell you is any person, Thompson versus Call is a citizen against a council member. Anytime you see people versus, that's kind of a bad day in your life. If your last name is listed after the V in people, that's not a good day. So Bill Thompson versus Call is the classic case where the Supreme Court weighed in. And that was a case where housing development came into the city. The city said, don't give us the park fee. We don't want the park fee. We want a park. You're high density, build us a park, find us a park. Well, the piece of property they found happened to be owned by a council member. They did 2 appraisals. They did it all in public. The council member didn't participate. The city attorney said, it looks like it's okay. And the Supreme Court said, what part of no didn't you understand? And basically said that the city got to keep the property and the council member had to return the money plus interest. So a very heavy duty statute. But in that case, it was still civil. In People versus Honing, Bill Honing was the superintendent of schools. His wife had an on the side consulting business or nonprofit, I should say, that I think promoted preschool at a younger age, get the kids in education early. But she was making money from the state and he got prosecuted and convicted. People versus Chacon was a council member who thought the city manager's job was way too easy for the money. She wanted to become the city manager. So she set in motion basically a process that didn't guarantee her, but basically set in motion a process where they would go to a new city manager. And then she applied for the job, got the job, which involved a contract. And she was charged criminally, and her defense was very inventive. She said, my lawyer told me it was okay. And the judge's opinion was kind of funny. He said, well, if that was the case, every burglar before they broke into a house would just go to a lawyer and say, the lawyer said it was okay, they'd be okay. People versus McKibben, I just added, this guy just pled guilty in October, so pretty recent. This was the head of the Oakland Coliseum Commission, which is a JPA between the city of Oakland and I think the city of Alameda. They run where the Oakland A's play, and they were going to name it. And this guy, he negotiated the naming rights for $1 million a year, and he was promised a $50,000 bonus if the agency signed the contract. So you have a public agency, you have a public employee, and he's going to get $50,000 if the contract goes through. And then he had the audacity to send 3 emails saying, where in the hell's my $50,000? You were supposed to pay me $50,000. So when I say rationalization is amazing, he pled guilty, and I don't know him, I know his lawyer. And the lawyer's in the press saying, this is very hard for him to plead guilty. He feels he was treated unfairly. Now, come on. I mean, give me a break. I mean, 1090 is right there. He's had to have training on it. He's gotten caught. He's charged with a felony. He pled guilty to a misdemeanor, and he just got 3 years. He has to take this class, and he has to 3 years probation. So I think he got off pretty easy. But I know what his lawyer charges, so I know it was expensive. So here's one of our examples again. So agenda item 6B involves a contract for the general plan update to one of 3 firms who successfully completed a vigorous RFP process. The proposals were ranked in staff's view I can't read my whole slide. But anyway, the proposals were ranked, and in staff's view, the one submitted by City Planning Inc. was clearly the best. City Planning Inc. knows the city well, and one of its principals was on the Planning Commission when the commission recommended to the council that the city secure outside help for the update. That commissioner ran the mayor's campaign and contributed $500 to the campaign. Upon opening the public hearing, the CEO of the firm that came in second came to the podium on fire. He demanded the mayor step aside and the council reject the CPI proposal for alleged bribery. He also alleged that he was denied due process because staff met with CPI dozens of times and never even called his firm. So This one, you can probably spot the issue. So he's alleging that the planning commissioner was on the inside track. He's alleging that the mayor the planning commissioner was the mayor's campaign manager, contributed his campaign, and he's alleging, bribery. He's alleging corruption and allowing the public to draw their own conclusion. Now, this is another one where, because the public has such a suspicion of public contracting, you as a council are going to have to, when you're faced with this, on the one hand, you could turn to the city manager or director of public work or planning director and say, can you respond? And maybe there's a good response. Maybe the planning director says, wait a second, I'll let the city attorney respond on the campaign contribution. But, we sent 3 letters, 12 emails. We called this firm. They never responded. They're hard to work with. We've worked with them before. Yes, they did rank second because they can bring a lot to the table if they're there. But clearly, it had nothing to do with favoritism. So maybe that answers the question. You guys will have to decide that. And that's where I think you really have to turn to your city manager and city attorney, because the city manager's antenna is going to be way up at that point, and it's already going to be figuring the best course. I mean, do you put this over? Do you look into it? The city attorney is quoted as saying it was okay for him to participate. It could be that the campaign contribution was in the prior campaign. It may have been 3 years ago. But all these issues happen in public and do expose the city to minimum suspicion, maybe a lawsuit. I've gotten lawsuits over the years from the third most likely bidder or proposer, just because they believe they should have gotten the contract. So the best thing you can do is create a good textual record. You have your attorney speak up, you have your city manager speak up, and if it's not something you can answer that night, you continue the matter. But you have to know your audience. Your audiences are the residents of San Clemente, and how are they going to see this when it's, because the paper would likely, this is a top line. This is a, if it bleeds, it leads kind of thing. It's the headline's going to be, city accused of, bribery, or mayor accused of, mayor asked to step down. So you have to kind of get ahead of that.
Mike, if I could just join in, because I suspect a lot of you, and we know, are very involved in sort of nonprofit activity. In true confession mode here, I was serving on the board of one of our senior agencies. Actually, it was based in Palo Alto, but they had a facility in Mountain View that had a long-term lease. And after the lease was on, I went on to the board while I was still on the council. But something came up where they needed to renegotiate the lease. And there was an agreement that the city, they needed to do that. And that would have been a 1090 violation, because I was a controlling board member of the company. So even though there was no financial gain, there was control. And the only way out of it was for me to resign from the board, so that they could, because they needed to do the lease, and it was in the city's interest. So there was no way to get it. I couldn't recuse myself. I had to resign from the board. So it's just, it doesn't have to be financial gain. It can be sort of an involvement thing. And 1090 sneaks up on you, but it's really severe consequences.
Well, and speaking of 1090, in this fact situation, the 1090 fact is that the CPI principal knows the city well. They were on the planning commission when the commission recommended to the council that the city secure outside help for the update. So this planning commissioner didn't make the decision, but basically as part of the planning commission recommended the city council that they not use internal staff to work on this behemoth general plan update, that they hire an outside firm. And there's actually an attorney general's opinion on point that said that planning commissioner cannot thereafter try to get that contract because they participated in making the contract, even though the council could have said, terrible idea, we're going to do it in-house, and then change your mind later. Because that planning commissioner did that, the AG said, that's too close to the grenade. You can't go there. And that's frankly the way I look at 1090. It's like pulling a pin on a grenade. You better be right. One of the biggest things the city attorneys group and the league and the institute were successful in doing is for years to get an opinion on 1090, you had to go to a state legislator who would then ask the attorney general for an opinion for your city or school district. And the lead time was anywhere from 3 months to a year. So we were successful in getting the FPPC the ability to give opinions on that if they passed it by the AG's office. So that was important because our advice to people, to anybody, staff members or the council, when 1090 came up was, if we can't tell you it's absolutely legal and I can't call my friend at the AG's office and ask him, you're out. I mean, don't go near it. It's just too dangerous. So this is basically the issues we raised there: transparency, fair process, due process. So he's raising the staff. So if the staff can answer the question, and most of the time they can, they can say, no, we're really good about this. This person never showed up for the walkthrough. This person didn't return our calls, et cetera, et cetera. And they can answer. But if they can't, you as a council member have to look to your folks and say, what can I say if I'm asked about this tomorrow? Now it does get a little deeper here. So the mayor reminds the council in this public meeting that the CEO delivered a similar accusatory letter to each council member, and after the agenda was published, and that the city attorney had cleared him to participate from a legal standpoint. So that's the issue with the campaign contribution and the fact that the planning commissioner that's applying ran his or her campaign. He also stated that based on his conversation with different staff members, he believes that this would easily have the support of the council. That was just said out loud at a council meeting. What does that mean? No other council member is involved, but the mayor, probably walking through City Hall, probably very innocently, but pretty struck by being accused. When you're accused of, fraud or deception or bribery, you get pretty pissed off, especially when you know you're not guilty. And so he probably walked through City Hall and saw a planner and said, what do you think is going to happen? Did you get the letter? And maybe talk to somebody else. And they said, oh, don't worry about it. This guy's a flake. And I've already talked to so-and-so and so-and-so, and they're fine with it, And then he talks to another staff member who says something similar. Now, if we get that lawsuit, the developer is going to look for anything. and this is one of those that it's probably completely innocent, but it's definitely can be looked at as a Brown Act violation. So, and now we have the mayor saying it from the dais. So that's not a good, it's just something you have to be conscious of. I can't tell you you'll never make that mistake. And if you make it, chances are it's going to be an innocent mistake. Perks we'll talk about. I'm just looking at time here. We're still good. I think you all know what perks are. They're based on democratic equality. I can tell you that the FPPC doesn't understand perks. And I was almost on a staff level with them for a time because I went up to every meeting for 12 years and I had backstage passes to the offices and all that stuff. And I would say to them, they would ask me questions like, we heard that a city had a holiday party and the city used city funds to buy 2 gift baskets as door prizes. How do you do that? And I said, what do you mean? How do you do that? I mean, you guys don't do that? And I found out that the FPPC, they all had these nice monogram FPPC mugs. Well, the chair bought them out of her own pocket. Karen Getman bought them out of her own pocket because they don't have a budget item that lets them buy stuff like that. So they don't understand the local level. So we literally wrote regs that say it's okay to have a employee Christmas party or raffle or a holiday party nowadays, I guess, or a raffle. And there's actually a raffle. I have it on my slides, but I thought it was what a waste of exercise to put a regulation in about what you don't have to list on your gift guide if you win it as a door prize. Because, the door prizes are. Maybe it's for a nonprofit and you buy so many tickets, or maybe it's just you get a ticket when you get in and somebody wins the gift basket. But the FBPC has been worried about stuff like that, and there's regulations about it. They're very concerned about food for some reason. Gifts, I think you've probably heard all about the gifts. The gift limit now is up to 520. For you guys that are 87,200 filers, that means named in the act of council, planning commission, city manager, city attorney, those who handle public investments. It's pretty much from anywhere, but there's a lot of gift exceptions now that, and this is what Mike was referring to earlier. This is my gift theorem, which is when you become a public official, you attract new best friends in a number directly disproportionate to the number of friends you had in high school. And if anybody proved this, it was our guy with the property near Google headquarters, because he really didn't, he had one or two good friends. And when he became elected, when he got elected to the council, he was the most popular guy in town. I mean, he never had to pay for a meal. He got free tickets to the crab feeds and all the events, and just had a lot of new friends. So I think you guys all are sophisticated enough to know whether they're really a friend or not. The start of trouble is feeling of entitlement, exposure to source, and temptation. I've had my city manager one time said to me after a local trash company got indicted in San Jose, he said, when are they going to learn they can't offer this stuff to public officials? And my response was, when are public officials going to learn not to put their hand out? Because I really don't know which is chicken or the egg, but I can tell you most of the cases I see, it's the public official putting their hand out. And for those of you who don't do that, you can't imagine doing it. And for those elected officials that think it's a good thing, we had a guy in San Jose one time, and I remember I was asked, the head of the FBPC was also lecturing at Berkeley, and I went up to speak to the class, and we had dinner beforehand, and we were just talking. She goes, yeah, I can't imagine how that guy got in trouble. I guess if they're out to get you, they're out to get you. Now, this is the head of the FPPC, and this guy's being prosecuted by the district attorney. And I said, Karen, he literally, the day before he got sworn in, he told everybody he likes Opus One. So, and if you know anything about wine, Opus One could cost you $150 to $450 a bottle. And he was getting half case after half case after half case delivered to the city, and some staff member dropped a dime on it. That's how he got prosecuted. But from her standpoint, she was like, he was probably just innocent. And I said, no, he wasn't innocent. I know the backstory because I know the DAs. And he literally put his hand right out and even gave him a description of what he wanted, which, if you've ever had Opus One, it's way above my palate, I think, but it is pretty good stuff. So these are some of the exceptions, and I'm not going to go into them. The reason I click on them is if you are offered a gift or you think you've been given a gift, you might go to a seminar and get some. We had a council member one time won a raffle at the league, and she got a personal, what they used to call those things before the smartphones, personal.
A PDA.
PDA. And, she calls and says, I won this thing, don't know how to value it, blah, blah, blah. And we determined she couldn't take it. But in any event, that's one page of exceptions. And this is the other page. And one of the reasons they had to, come up with these exceptions because of the gift limit. When the world was young, when the Political Reform Act was passed, there was no gift limit. And we ran into a situation in the mid 80s to late 80s where in both a Wood Ranch, which is right across from if you've ever been up to the Reagan Library, right across the street is Wood Ranch, 1,000 homes. And in an area of Thousand Oaks called North Ranch, and I was working there at the time, developers in both those little developments, which were huge, offered council members and board of supervisors wholesale prices on houses. Now, I represented developers and I was in planning my whole career. I don't know what a wholesale price on a house is. I can't tell you what it is. So give you an example, in Whitehawk in North Ranch at the time, the homes were selling for about $850 and the wholesale price was $700. So this council member and a planning commissioner and a board of supervisor member got a house for $150,000 or $160,000 discount. Didn't put it on their gift form because they didn't think it was a gift. They got a wholesale price. And so the FPP, we kind of, the people found out about 2 years later. And the FPPC looked at it and said, okay, we got to do something. There's got to be some limit, because all they would have had to do with no gift limit is put the on their form 700 as a gift. And if that developer came in front of them for the next 12 months, they couldn't vote. But now there's a gift limit, but because there's a gift limit, they had to come up with some exceptions to, and, you know, explanation of what is a gift and what is not a gift. So each of these has at least one regulation with it, sometimes two regulations. So again, this is usually not something that comes up on Tuesday night when you do the kneel down next to Scott and say, by the way, Scott, I didn't tell you about the Home Depot stock. You know, gift questions usually come up later, which is good for us. This is,
You're not going to do wedding gifts?
wedding gifts. So
I got more plasticware.
yeah, Mr. Kasperzak gets married. It's a very well attended wedding, and he's got a list every wedding gift. So when I got married about I don't know 14 years ago, and I was still city attorney, so I sent this postcard out that the institute and the league used for a while, and it basically just said, you know, while Michael and Pam are young at heart, we both have full households full of stuff and do not need any gifts. Plus, as a respected public official, I put in, if you give me a gift, I'm going to have to place a value on it and put it on a form, and it'll probably be published in the paper, which will show how generous or not generous you were. So I didn't get any gifts, and that was fine. So there is a gift to the public agency. Don't think somebody can give. I only bring this up because, you know, if you get a gift to the public agency, there's a whole process now. There's a form that has to be posted on the website, and your city manager has to figure out how the gift is handled. It's a kind of a slippery slope. The old school thing, and the thing we've wrestled with for years on this, is that a developer wants to build, say, a little performing arts center in your town, and thought it'd be nice to fly all of you down to Nashville to see a similar one that he built. So he wants to fly you down first class. He wants to feed you and everything. So he gives the gift to the city of 5 or 6 or 7 first class tickets, hotel reservations. And then the city has to mysteriously decide who gets these, you know, and it's like, okay, well, you're not going to send, you know, somebody that works in maintenance down. You're going to send the 5 council members, city manager, and planning director, you know, something like that. So anyway, just be aware it's out there. I think you know about no free or discount pass on common carriers, no honorary for speaking or writing. I've actually had this come up a lot because I've had educators and other people on my council that actually are asked to fly across the country and give their opinion on a variety of topics unrelated to their official position. So, but the risk with council members is that somebody will do that for you just to curry your favor. So a good example is, we had a candidate running who's a friend of, I think, both Michael and mine, and she was into women's golf. And she was looking forward to get on the council because she was going to get more free flights to fly up to Seattle and play a course and whatever. But in the meantime, she knew it would probably be Home Depot paying for her flight up to play this course so she could report about the course on her website. And so basically the rule is that you cannot get paid for speech given, article written, or attendance at an event, at a conference, or whatever. You can't get a fee for that. Now, you can get, if you're asked to be on a panel, you can get certain things like transportation and housing if it's far away, and there's limits on that. But no city attorney that I know of, and I don't even think an FPPC member would answer this question without listening to your story about what they're offering you and reading the regs. It's not something we can answer on the fly, but I had to do it a lot. And you just sit down with my council member and we'd walk through what they were allowed to take and what they weren't allowed to take. So personal use of public resources, personal errands. When my first city, if we had a lot of daytime meetings, we had there was a meltdown in the airline industry where I think it was Ron Reagan fired all the air traffic controllers, and American, one of the airlines, moved all their pilots. There was all kinds of mess, and Thousand Oaks was a big area for pilots. So our mayor was married to a pilot who was now stationed in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So she had a part-time job. If we wanted Madge at the daytime meeting, which was important, we had to pick her kids up at school, or we had to, go pick her groceries up or something like that. We literally, when I say we, I didn't do it, but staff was sent out to do personal errands. It seemed okay. It seemed rational, because otherwise we couldn't get the mayor to come to the meeting. But clearly that's not allowed, and that's trouble. Political use of public resources also prohibited. The FPPC, I do not think the FPPC had a dog in this fight, but they disagreed. And when Ross Johnson was chair, he went full on after cities and counties and largely water districts that use public money to promote a ballot measure or a political point of view. Not so much a political partisan point of view, but usually on ballot measures. And literally I'd be up there, and they had gone to this very new text system once he got on there, because he knew how to get money out of the legislature for the FPPC. And as I'm standing at the podium giving the city's point of view, he would pop something on the screen and show me in real time a commercial that a water district in Central California had paid for a ballot measure. Okay, Mr. Martello, you say people don't do this, right? Well, maybe we take a break now and I could go back to Mountain View. But they're very on this thing. Usually what happens innocently is the school district has a ballot measure. Somebody at the school district wants to remind the parents to vote for the ballot measure because you're going to get a new gymnasium. And they make a copy of please don't forget about ballot measure M on the ballot this week. They copy it on the school district copier. They slip it in the backpack. It goes home. It's it's political use of public resources. And I've literally got calls from the DA about that. And I've sent them copies of what we would give out at the Institute. Again, AB 1234 was all about expense reimbursement. That's really what gave birth to it. So familiarize yourself with your agency policies. And I will tell you, just going through this process, the fact that my city, San Clemente, has brought the Institute down, has asked for their own 1234 tailored to them, not so much tailored to you, but really digging down deep. You will trip up over things from time to time, but it shows good faith. So if anybody looking at it, and Matt, when I was the representative of the FPPC for 12 years, Mountain View even got in trouble for our ticket policy. They didn't like a certain definition in it, believe it or not. But what worked well for us is we had such a good record of the training and how far we trained. So I'll give you an example of where I think, so AB 1234 does not require everybody to be trained. It's up to the city to determine that. So I regularly, almost every year, would give the planners their AB 1234 at their annual thing in March. And I would also do the finance officers. And when I did the finance officers, I would ask at the start of the 2-hour presentation, how many of you are required to get this by your agency? And 3 hands out of the whole room would go up. And I said to myself, wait a second, these are the guys who are supposed to be watching the expenses. These are the guys who are supposed to be looking over the expense reimbursements, and they don't know what the rules are. And so it didn't make a lot of sense to me. So the better practice, I think, I've even had 2 cities where they trained the police, and believe me, the police don't let you out of the room. They're willing to pull weapons on you because they're going, wait a second. And the chief stayed one time so long, he said, I go into the restaurant down the street and I order a bottle of wine for $45, and the owner brings a bottle of wine over to me that's $125. What do I do? And I said, well, it's a gift, and we have a no gift policy in this city, so you're really not allowed to take it. But I've run into the same thing. I know Mike's run into the same thing. In fact, one of the restaurateurs that attended my wedding, I just like the guy. I mean, he's like family, but I used to yell at him. I'd go in there and he'd give me an antipasto plate. He's an Italian restaurant. And first of all, I'm not into antipasto. I already am, got some pounds to lose. I don't need, extra calories at the front end of a heavy meal, but they want to give you these things. It's tough to deal with, but the point of the story is that certainly anybody that has to deal with this to protect you guys from making sure your agency expense reimbursements are followed, you need to make sure they get enough training. And then I think we have one more. This is Mike's rule is no gifts. I just found it better not to take gifts. Mr. Kasperzak loved gifts. I don't know, but whatever. I used to. Transparency laws. I'm looking at time here, and I want to get you out in time. So here's an interesting one. This is again on serial meetings, kind of confidentiality, touches on social media. And Gene, I don't know if you were talking more about Facebook, but let's just go through this fact situation. A local activist sends a news article to all council members and other community members about social benefits of a dog park in the community. Each council member hits the reply to all with a simple thank you. So we're real happy at this point. You should all be happy. Your city attorney's happy. Your city manager's happy. City clerk's happy. All you did was say thank you. But now the residents begin to chime in, suggesting various other locations. So this activist sent it to lots of people. And now activists are posting, whether it's on Facebook or one of the other platforms or just emails. And now individual council members, maybe it's in their neighborhood. Maybe they know the person. They say, you know what? I think that's let's put one in North Beach because people always want to take their dogs to the beach. This will give them a chance to take their dog near the beach. So council members start replying individually. Now, the risk there, the question is, do we have a problem? And the answer is it depends because we have no control over the problem. If any one of those people that is now suggested North Beach as a site or thinks that's a good site may have heard from 2 or 3 council members. The other council members may not even know this. They may become the hub of that wheel, and they may actually go out in the community and say, yeah, I know the council member so-and-so are for this. So it's just one of those things that, again, you could be very innocent, but your best bet on social media is to keep it simple and straight answers and not hit reply to all. Even in this case, the reply to all with a thank you can cause a problem. So public records, the only thing I will tell you about public records is I've been with different agencies and all agencies have a different approach. And as much as I thought Mountain View was maybe the most ethical place I had worked to date, when I got there, their public records approach was, we got a public records request. It was probably from our gadfly, and they broke out the 176 exceptions to why you have to give the public record out. I start from the other approach. I say, it's people's records. Why can't we give it to them? And that's really where I think it should be. And I think that's the response. The Public Records Act says right in it that people do not give up ownership of the records. Now, there are very, very sound reasons to not disclose record. You don't disclose medical records, personnel records, police investigatory records. You don't disclose the name of a code enforcement complainant until you have to. There's different things like that. But the other thing I ran into when I got to, after retirement, I was interim town attorney for Los Gatos. And when I got there, I asked how they handled, subpoenas and contracts and insurances and things and public records. They said, oh, here's our standard response. So public record request came in, a response went out the same day, said, we have 10 days to fulfill your request. Your request will be filled in 10 days unless we notify you we need an extension up to 14 days. And more often than not, they ask for an extension. And I'm like, why would you do that? I mean, if I'm a resident, I'm going to be pissed off if I get that letter. I mean, now if I'm asking for city files from 8 years ago and they're in storage, I get it. But if I'm asking for, by the way, can you send me a copy of the staff report that was on 3 weeks ago, I don't expect to get a letter saying they'll respond in 10 days. So that's something that as an agency, that's part of your culture, your ethical culture. And then fair process laws, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I definitely think we've covered all the bases. But what we call common law conflicts of interest still exists. So if for some reason you don't have a qualifying conflict of interest, so you rent a home near a project and it doesn't qualify as a tenancy interest under the Political Reform Act, you may be able to participate, but you may be barred by fairness. And what common law conflict of interest doctrine stands for is you can't be fair if you have an interest. So the classic case of Clark versus Hermosa Beach was the council member did not have enough of an interest in the property, but lived there. And the new project was going to block their view of the ocean. Now we all know what views of the ocean are. They're you can't put a price on them. So the court said, there's no way you could be fair, impartial, if this project is going to block your view. The other thing to know is that although we see the national legislature do it and even the state legislature, there's no such thing as illegal trading of votes. So if a council member comes to you and say, I don't really like your idea on the skate park, but I'll vote for the skate park if you vote for my dog park, that's trading a vote. I can bore you with how they do it in Sacramento, but they get around it in a very circumspect way, but it's still probably illegal, but they do it. But at the local level, we're the paragons of virtue. I think we've talked a little bit about competitive bidding. This is where everybody has a suspicion. We all know the rules. I think in the bigger cities, there's more games played. Frankly, in the size cities I've worked with, which is anywhere up to say 150,000 people, I just don't see it. I see engineers doing public works contractors don't want to work for the disaster contractor. He's really trying to protect the city. He doesn't want to work for the guy that puts in all the change orders and all the claims for extra payment and never delivers on time and always has an excuse. But there's no Tony Soprano stuff going on, where you're giving it to the family, of course, unless it's my family. But there's loads of stories about that. I just haven't seen it at our level of cities. Again, city engineering types are some of the most cautious, capable, record-keeping people I've ever seen. And they make if you ever get in a lawsuit with them and they're you're defending what they do, you're usually in pretty good shape. I think we've gone over most of this. And just to sum up, the law sets the minimum standards and it's you guys driving the bus. And I think that concludes it. And I'm open to any questions or conversations about it. Hope I didn't go too fast or whatever.
So my question still goes back to Facebook. If there's something brewing in the city, something that's about ready to be voted on, and I have a position and I state my position on Facebook, I see other council members on Facebook stating their position. Are we in a Brown Act violation there?
Well, I assume you're talking about a legislative act, not a permit.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Well, and this is more under the auspices of legal advice. So I'm going to have to get Scott in here too, because I can't, when I get asked these particular questions by any council or a room full of 450 council members, I really have to defer to the city attorney. But certainly, the Brown Act idea of meeting is hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action. And council members on legislative acts, generally, whether they're on the campaign trail, I mean, let's say take an issue of you need housing, so you start giving up all your industrial area and transform it into residential zone property. As a council member, you can say, I'm not in favor of that. So you can always be on your own pulpit and speak that way. The problem that I see, and I'm not trying to tread on your toes, Scott, but even with the legislative act, we haven't had the case, but I could see the case that if you're talking about the general plan, specific plan, something big, but let's say you're talking about the U-Haul place that I visit all the time comes in and says they want a zoning change to hotel, which we probably might be happy about. And they're asking for rezoning. That's a legislative act, but you do have to be careful, I think, that they're still an applicant and they have a property interest and they have an expectation of a fair hearing. So until you heard all their arguments, even though it's not a quasi-judicial case, and I can't quote you a case on that, maybe Scott can, but I'd be a little circumspect against that. But if you're talking about a general ordinance that might regulate scooters or VRBOs or something like that, it's legislative, I think you have a certain franchise to take a position. And again, I defer to Scott.
And by the way, Michael, you mentioned Gene Ramirez. I know Gene Ramirez. He used to represent us at Jack in the Box on premises liability cases.
And I get the name right. He's the dog bite expert.
Yes, that's right. He's the police he is the police expert. Yeah.
But LA and San Diego, they tend to write checks for dog bites because they get a lot of them. We didn't get a lot of them, nor would have our city tolerated a lot of them. But does San Clemente, just out of curiosity, do we have canines? No.
No, I mean, it's on the canines on call, OCSD, but we don't actually have canines.
Well, first of all, we have no crime in San Clemente. Not that I can see. Scott, did you have anything to add on the social media?
And we got a little bulletin, just new legislation that allows you to post something, but then only one other can respond to it. And then it constrains your ability to do it on your own site, because 2 + 1 comment up to 3. I'll circulate that. They're a little bit technical for tonight, but the best way is to stay far from danger and make sure you're not duplicating posts and especially not commenting on each other.
And don't forget that all your texts and everything, even on your personal devices, are subject to the PRA.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope, and we had a great presentation some years ago at the city attorneys that on the bigger issue, not so much council members, but just saying there's almost nothing you can post on these social media sites like Facebook that can inure to your benefit. And they gave some great examples. And I have a daughter-in-law that loves to post almost everything that happens. It doesn't matter if something's sticking in her cake pan, she posts it. But they gave these great examples, like you spend a lot of time with your family, prospective employer looks at that and goes, oh, they probably don't work any extra hours. You show a picture of yourself with your hunting rifle, somebody says, oh, I was doing business with him, but I'm not going to do business with him because I don't like hunting. So, I kind of subscribe to that. I don't even like to really look at them. Occasionally my wife tells me I have to look at the grandkids, and I just say, forward it to me. So
yeah. Michael, I have a question. What are your thoughts on in a closed session, decisions that are made being reported out? If there's like straw votes or consensus of a majority council to do something, is that the same as a vote? Does that need to be reported out?
Well, technically any vote taken in closed session, if it's an action, is taken out. So that's something the city attorney would have to look at, on a case-by-case basis, because sometimes you're, getting general guidance, but you're not taking action. So it really is very fact-driven, particularly in negotiations and things like that, where your city manager's going in and getting a feel for you, where you want them to go in negotiations with a labor group or something like that. But you're not really taking action. But Scott, you probably know, maybe you have a specific example that could help.
Michael, what do you think about about keeping minutes in the closed sessions? We don't take minutes. Historically, we have, and I've had a few cases where there's been concern over what happened at a prior meeting. And what do you think about minutes? Is that generally a good practice?
I frankly never knew of anybody that did it.
That did or did not? I didn't hear you.
I didn't know of any. I've never worked for an agency that did keep minutes. Part of the enforcement in the Brown Act is you can be required, if you're found to have, intentionally violated the Brown Act in closed session. But I don't think it's the norm to do it.
Thank you.
Scott,
I just wanted your opinion on that.
yeah, you have a lot of others. You're knowledgeable about a lot of other cities. Is it a norm here in Orange County or no?
No, it's not.
Okay.
And Scott, there was a prior question that he asked you to opine on. Can you give that opinion?
I'll send
Can't remember what it was on.
notes on that. Yeah. The Brown Act talks about roll calls needing to be reported when they relate to reportable action. And so, like Michael said, if you've completed contract negotiations on a real estate transaction, that action's then reportable. And they're, because the action's reportable, so is a roll call vote. It's reported after the consummation of the deal with the other side. But I'll send the council those notes. The need to report a roll call is tied to the need to report an action.
Okay. I think that's clear.
Hey, Michael, how, going back to Jean's point on sort of outward information on social media, say on a Facebook post, or maybe it's an email newsletter that a council member does, how much or how little can city staff or city resources be used to compile that information? Because I see a lot of these coming out, and frankly, I look at these and I go, how could one person come up with all of this? But I mean, I don't know how, maybe they do. We don't get paid staff, right? So I'm thinking, how is this happening? Just sort of a general question.
Well, and that's a great question in terms of kind of where you go from here. Usually it's not an issue until you have a council member that tends to dominate staff or demand a lot of staff. So from time to time in Mountain View, we had to tighten that up, and we put it in a policy. I'm pretty sure it's policy A13, where it talks about council's interaction with staff and what resources they can or can't use. So to answer your question, obviously they can't do anything for political purposes, like if you're doing a campaign newsletter or something like that, or a fundraiser. But in generally in helping a council member understand an issue or do some background work, we would spell out that a council member is entitled to 1 hour of staff time on an issue, on any discrete issue, unless they went to the council and asked for more. Then it was a majority vote. So we literally had rules for that, because we had council members, sometimes we had half the council was working. They didn't have time to spend at City Hall all day. And other times you had a council member that would dominate city staff. So to answer your question, it's an internal rule. It's probably a good one to have. You guys will decide what the levels are.
And that had a lot to do with putting things on the agenda, that like, I want to get something on the agenda. And if no, I could do it with the 1 hour rule. Or if three other members said, no, that sounds like a good idea. Then there was more leeway in having a little more assistance in staff helping develop the agenda item.
Okay, just to close it out, but staff couldn't help sort of directly with an individual council member's newsletter to their supporters or anything like that.
No, I don't think so. I think that would be cast under the political use of public resources. That'd be my initial reaction to it.
Right. Okay.
Well, I want to personally thank you. I've been down here now for a number of years, and I've only come to City Hall for my parking pass and my building permits, but what a nice way to meet the city council. And I feel even better about the city. And, I'm sure I've run into Scott over the years, but didn't know him that well, and get to meet Eric and Joanne. And I'm just very happy for the opportunity. Thank you.
I definitely want to echo Michael's thank you. And I have a couple of just quick housekeeping items before we let you go. I know we're already over time. So this next section, we were going to do just some individual reflections, and I would encourage you to do this on your own. We'll take time this evening to do it, but there's another handout in the packet that was sent to you just about some of the individual responsibility that we talked about, that asks you some questions around what you're going to start doing, what you're going to stop doing, and what you'll continue to do from a personal perspective. So again, would encourage you to take a look at that and maybe think through that when it's not 10 o'clock on a Tuesday. But that's one thing. And then Michael, if you can advance a couple of slides, we just have some next steps on one of these. Keep going, please. So again, we'll share this with you, but I just wanted to flag some resources from us at ILG, the League, and ICMA. All of those organizations have a lot of resources, not only on these ethics topics, but on leadership topics and additional training and things like that you can look into either from a city perspective or from an individual council member perspective. So I would encourage you to look at those. Reiteration about the AB 1234 certificates, you'll get those via email. I'll make sure to take care of those within the next couple of weeks. And then definitely just encourage you to stay in touch with us if we can be of assistance moving forward. I want to pause quickly and see if Eric or Scott has any closeout thoughts before we let you go.
Well, first, thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Michael. And thank you, Mike. Appreciate your time and effort. I think you've given us a lot to chew on. And I think those exercises for the next steps are good things for us to think about. I appreciate your time. And Michael, I like the analogies you provide and the actual examples from the past. That makes it a lot easier and more real to digest. So I appreciate that very much, sir.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say thanks. I was thrilled when I saw the faculty that Melissa and the Institute assembled for us. It has proved to be true. Your reputations precede you. To the council, one of the strengths I wrote down, even though I didn't submit it, was the strengths of this council and its members to invest and engage individually. And I think you see those rewards, and I'm confident that you'll see rewards from really a big investment on your part tonight in the middle of very busy schedules for you. So thank you.
Thank you. And Michael, if you go to the last slide, I just want to share our contact information with you all in case you have follow-up questions.
It's not moving for some reason.
Okay. Well, when we send it out, we'll send out our email addresses too, so you can reach out to us if you have any additional questions or want to follow up on any of this. But definitely just want to reiterate a thank you for your candor and your time and your commitment to the city, and just continuing to improve and learn from a council member perspective. It's always great to see, and it has been a pleasure working with all of you over the last few weeks and this evening. Michael or Mike, any closeout thoughts?
Well, I'm just waiting for, things to open up so I can come back down and visit Martello and spend more money in San Clemente.
Yes, I think the first
that would be a great.
I think we took him to Knuckleheads the first time because we didn't want to take him to any.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that did not end well, actually.
All right. So We appreciate it so much. I know, just speaking for me, I learned I had some insights tonight, and so I appreciate that very much. I think the exercises were good, and I intend to follow up on that. If there's no further comments, I'd like to just do a housekeeping thing that I need to do to close out the meeting.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I do see that Gene has his hand raised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to. Sorry.
Okay.
There you go.
All
I
right.
take back the interruption. I apologize.
Thank you. So I would like to announce that there's a special meeting that has been called for Thursday, April 29th at 12 o'clock. It is a special meeting, closed session of the City Council to talk about city manager recruitment. It will be in person at City Hall, Conference Room A. However, there will be a call-in number provided for any council member or staff that cannot be there in person. And I would like to adjourn this meeting to our next regularly scheduled council meeting on May 4th, 5 o'clock closed session with a 6 o'clock business meeting. Is there a
Second.
second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember.
Aye.
Are you there? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Ferguson absent.
All right. Thank you, everyone, tonight for your participation, and thank you for coming to our meeting. Really appreciate your input.